adjacent but different, but you don't really know anybody in it and you want to dive in and make money there, if you keep hopping from industry to, no, actually I need to open a line of electric car stations for electric car refueling. That might make sense. It might be the best opportunity, but every time you reset, every time you wander out of where you built your network, you're going to be starting from scratch. You're not going to know who to trust. They're not going to trust you. There are also industries in which people are transient by definition. They're always coming in and going out. Politics is an example of that, right? In politics, new people are being elected. You see in politics that when you have a lot of old timers, like the Senate, people who've been around for a long time and they've been career politicians, yeah, there's a lot of downside to career politicians like corruption, but an upside is they actually get deals done with each other because they know the other person's going to be in the same position 10 years from now, and they're going to keep dealing with them. So they might as well learn how to cooperate. Whereas every time you get like a new incoming freshman class in the House of Representatives, which turns over every 2 years, the big wave election, nothing gets done because there's a lot of fighting. Because I just got here, I don't know you, I don't know if you're going to be around, why should I work with you? Rather than just trying to do whatever I think is right. So it's important to pick an industry where you can play long-term games and with long-term people. So those people have to signal that they're going to be around for a long time, that they're ethical, and their ethics are visible through their action.
In a long-term game, it seems that everybody is making each other rich. And in a short-term game, it seems like everybody is making themselves rich.
I think that is a brilliant formulation. Yeah, in a long-term game, it's positive sum. We're all baking the pie together. We're trying to make it as big as possible. In a short-term game, we're cutting up the pie. Now, this is not to excuse the socialists, right? The socialists are the people who are not involved in baking the pie, who show up at the end and say, I want a slice or I want the whole pie. They show up with the guns. But I think a good leader doesn't take credit. A good leader tries to inspire people so the team gets the job done. And then things get divided up according to fairness and who contributed how much or as close to as possible and took risk as opposed to just whoever has the longest knife, the sharpest knife with them.
So these next two tweets are play iterated games. All returns in life, whether in wealth, relationships, or knowledge, come from compound interest.
Yeah, when you've been doing business with somebody, you've been friends with somebody for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, it just gets better and better because you trust them so easy that the friction goes down. You can do bigger and bigger things together. For example, the simplest one is getting married to someone, having kids and raising children. Like that's compound interest, right? Investing in those relationships. Those relationships end up being invaluable compared to more casual relationships. It's true in health and fitness. The fitter you are, the easier it is to stay fit. Whereas the more you deteriorate your body, the harder it is to come back and claw your way back to a baseline. It requires heroic acts.
Regarding compound interest, I think I saw you retweet something a while back. Maybe it was from Ed Lattimore. It went something along the lines of get some traction, get purchase, and don't lose it. So the idea was to gain some initial traction and never fall back. Just keep ratcheting up and up.
I don't remember it exactly, but I think that was right. Yeah, it was like get traction and don't let go. It was a good one, yeah. In terms of pick people to work with that have high intelligence, high energy, and high integrity, I find that's the three-part checklist that you cannot compromise on. You need someone who's smart or they're heading in the wrong direction and you're not going to end up in the right place. You need someone high energy because the world is full of smart, lazy people. We all know people in our lives who are really smart, but can't get out of bed or lift a finger. And we also know people who are very high energy but not that smart, so they work hard but they're running in the wrong direction. And smart, it's not a pejorative. It's not meant to be like someone's smart, someone else is stupid, but it's more that everyone's smart at different things. So depending on what you want to do well, you have to find someone who's smart at that thing. And then energy, a lot of times people are unmotivated for a specific thing, but they're not motivated for other things. So for example, someone might be really unmotivated to go to a job and sit in an office, but they might be really motivated to go paint, right? Well, in that case, they should be a painter. They should be putting art up on the internet, trying to figure out how to build a career out of that, rather than wearing a collar around their neck and going to a dreary job. And then high integrity is the most important because otherwise, you got the other two. What you have is you have a smart and hardworking crook who's eventually going to cheat you. So you have to figure out the person's high integrity. And as we talked about, the way you do that is through signals. And signals is what they do, not what they say. It's all the nonverbal stuff that people do when they think nobody's looking.
With respect to the energy, there was this interesting thing from Sam Altman a while back where he was talking about delegation, and he was saying one of the important things for delegation is delegate to people who are actually good at the thing that you want them to do. It's the most obvious thing, but it seems like you want to partner with people who are naturally going to do the things that you want them to do.
Yeah, I almost won't start a company or hire a person or work with somebody if I just don't think they're into what I want them to do. When I was younger, I used to try and talk people into things. That was this idea that you can sell someone into doing something, but you can't. You can't keep them motivated. You can get them inspired initially. It might work if you're a king like Henry V and you're trying to get them to just charge into battle, and then they'll figure it out. But if you're trying to keep someone motivated for the long term, that motivation has to come intrinsically. You can't just create it, nor can you be the crutch for them if they don't have that intrinsic motivation. So you have to make sure people actually are high energy and want to do what you want them to do or what you want to work with them. Reading signals is very, very important. Signals are what people do despite what they say. So it's important to pay attention to subtle signals. We all know this socially. If someone treats a waiter or waitress in a restaurant really badly, then it's only a matter of time until they treat you badly. If somebody screws over an enemy and is vindictive towards them, well, it's only a matter of time before they redefine you from friend to enemy and you feel their wrath. So angry, outraged, vindictive, short-term thinking people are essentially that way in many interactions in their life. People are oddly consistent. It's one of the things you learn about them. So you want to find long-term people. You want to find people who seem irrationally ethical. For example, I had one friend of mine whose company I invested in, and the company failed, and he could have wiped out all the investors. But he kept putting more and more personal money in. Through 3 different pivots, he put personal money in until the company finally succeeded. And in the process, he never wiped out the investors. And I was always grateful to him for that. I said, like, wow, that's amazing that, you were so good to your investors. You didn't wipe them out. And he got offended by that. He said, I didn't do it for you. I didn't do it for my investors. I did it for me. It's my own self-esteem. It's what I care about. That's how I live my life. That's the kind of person you want to work with. Another quote that I like, I have a tweet on this. I think I read this somewhere else recently, so I'm not taking credit for this, but I modified it a little bit, which is that self-esteem is a reputation that you have with yourself. You'll always know. So good people, moral people, ethical people, easy to work with people, reliable people tend to have very high self-esteem because they have very good reputation with themselves and they understand that. It's not ego. Self-esteem and ego are different things. Because ego can be undeserved, but self-esteem, at least you feel like you lived up to your own internal moral code of ethics. And so it's very hard to work with people who end up being low integrity. And it's hard to figure out who's high integrity and low integrity. Generally, the more someone is saying that they're moral and ethical and high integrity, the less likely they're to be that way. It's very much like status signaling. If you overtly bid for status, if you overtly talk about being high status, that is a low status move. If you openly talk about how honest and reliable and trustworthy you are, you're probably not that honest and trustworthy. That is a characteristic of con men. So yeah, pick an industry in which you can play long-term games with long-term people.
Let's do this last tweet. You said, don't partner with cynics and pessimists. Their beliefs are self-fulfilling.
Yeah, essentially, to create things, you have to be a rational optimist. Rational in the sense that you have to see the world for what it really is, and yet you have to be optimistic about your own capabilities and your ability to get things done. We all know people who are consistently pessimistic, who will shoot down everything. Everyone in their life has like the helpful, critical guy, right? He thinks he's being helpful, but he's actually being critical, and he's a downer on everything. That person will not only never do anything great in their lives, they'll prevent other people around them from doing something great. They think their job is to shoot holes in things. And it's okay to shoot holes in things as long as you come up with a solution. There's also the classic military line, either lead, follow, or get out of the way. And these people want a fourth option where they don't want to lead, they don't want to follow, but they don't want to get out of the way. They want to tell you why the thing's not going to work. And all the really successful people I know have a very strong action bias. They just do things. The easiest way to figure out if something's viable or not is by doing it. At least do the first step and the second step and the third and then decide. So if you want to be successful in life, creating wealth or having good relationships or being fit or even being happy, you need to have an action bias towards getting what you want. And you have to be optimistic about it. Not irrationally. There's nothing worse than someone who's just foolhardy and chasing what's not work. That's why I say rational optimist. But you have to be rational, know all the pitfalls, know the downsides, but still keep your chin up. I mean, you've got one life on this planet. Why not try to build something big? This is the beauty of Elon Musk and why I think he inspires so many people. It's just that he takes on really, really big, audacious tasks, and he provides an example for people to think big. And it takes a lot of work to build even small things. I don't think the corner grocery store owner is working any less hard than Elon Musk or pouring any less sweat and toil into it, maybe even more. But for whatever reason, education, circumstance, they didn't get the chance to think as big, so the outcome's not as big. So it's just better to think big, obviously rationally within your means, stay optimistic. The cynics and the pessimists, what they're really saying, and fortunate, but they're saying, I've given up. I don't think I can do anything. And so the world to me just looks like a world where nobody can do anything. And so why should you go do something? Because if you fail, then I'm right, which is great. But if you succeed, then you just make me look bad.
Yeah, it's probably better to be an irrational optimist than it is to be a rational cynic.
Yeah, there's a completely rational frame on why you should be an optimist. Historically, if you go back 2,000 years, 5,000 years, 10,000 years, two people are wandering through a jungle. They hear a tiger. One's an optimist and says, oh, it's not headed our way. The other one says, I'm a pessimist. I'm out of here. And the pessimist runs and survives, and the optimist gets eaten. So we're descended from pessimists. We're genetically hardwired to be pessimists. But modern society is far, far safer. There are no tigers wandering down the street. It's very unlikely that you will end up in total ruin, although you should avoid total ruin. Much more likely that the upside is unlimited and the downside is limited. So adapting for modern society means overriding your pessimism and taking slightly irrationally optimistic bets, because the upside is unlimited. If you start the next SpaceX or Tesla or Uber, you can make billions of dollars of value for society and for yourself and change the world. And if you fail, what's the big deal? You lost a few $1 million of investor money and they've got plenty more, and that's the bet they take and the chances that you will succeed. It makes sense to be pessimistic in the past. It makes sense to be optimistic today, especially if you're educated and living in a first world country. Even a third world country, I actually think the economic opportunities in third world countries are much larger. The one thing you have to avoid is the risk of ruin. Ruin means stay out of jail. So don't do anything that's illegal. It's never worth it to wear an orange jumpsuit. And stay out of total catastrophic loss. That could mean that you stay out of things that could be physically dangerous, hurt your body. You have to watch your health, and stay out of things that can cause you to lose all of your capital, all of your savings. So don't gamble everything at one go. But you take rationally optimistic bets with big upside.
I think there's people that will try and build up your ideas and build on your ideas, no matter how far-fetched they might seem. And then there are people who will list out all the obvious exceptions, no matter how obvious they are. And fortunately, in the startup world, I don't even really get exposed to the people that are giving you the obvious exceptions and all the reasons it's not going to work. I barely get exposed to that anymore.
That's what Twitter is for. Scott Adams got so annoyed by this that he came with the phrase, an acronym, which is, but of course there are obvious exceptions, BOCTAOE. And he used to pin that acronym at the end of his articles for a while. But Twitter is just overrun with nitpickers. And which exactly as you're pointing out, Silicon Valley has learned that the upside is so great that you never look down on the slobby kid who's wearing a hoodie and has coffee on his shoes and just looks like a slob, because you don't know if he's going to be the next Mark Zuckerberg or the next Reid Hoffman. So you got to treat everybody with respect. You got to look up to every possibility and opportunity, because the upside is so unlimited, the downside is so limited in the modern world, especially with financial assets and instruments.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the skills that you need, in particular specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, and judgment? So the first tweet in this area is arm yourself with specific knowledge, accountability, and leverage. And I'll throw in judgment as well. I don't think you covered that in that particular tweet.
If you want to make money, you have to get paid at scale. And why you? That's accountability. At scale, that's leverage. And just you getting paid as opposed to somebody else getting paid, that's specific knowledge. So specific knowledge is probably the hardest thing to get across in this whole tweet storm, and it's probably the thing that people get the most confused about. The thing is that we have this idea that everything can be taught. Everything can be taught in school. And it's not true that everything can be taught. In fact, the most interesting things cannot be taught, but everything can be learned. And very often that learning either comes from some innate characteristics in your DNA, or it could be through your childhood where you learn soft skills, which are very, very hard to teach later on in life, or it's something that is brand new, so nobody else knows how to do it either, or it's true on-the-job training because you're pattern matching into highly complex environments, building judgment in a specific domain, classic example is investing, but it could be in anything. It could be in judgment in running a fleet of trucks. It could be judgment in weather forecasting. So specific knowledge is the knowledge that you care about. Especially if you're later in life, let's say you're post 20, 21, 22, you almost don't get to choose which specific knowledge you have. Rather, you get to look at what you have already built by that point in time, and then you can build on top of it. The first thing to notice about specific knowledge is that you can't be trained for it. If you can be trained for it, if you can go to a class and learn specific knowledge, then somebody else can be trained for it too. And then we can mass produce and mass train people. Heck, we can even program computers to do it, and eventually we can program robots to walk around doing it. So if that's the case...
Okay, let me see that. Bit, a bit, a short distance or period of time. I'm just going out for a bit. See you later. Okay, I'll be something or snide but not serious. A snide but not serious amount of type of something. Mara put on a bit of white, and she a bit slightly. Then they dress is a bit too big for me. The dress is a bit too big for me. The dress is a bit too big for me. Too big for me. Snide. The dress is a bit too big for me. Wearing. Blimey, it's a bit cold. We're a bit blimey, it's a bit cold. Bit by bit. Graduate. Blimey, it's a bit cold. Address small in amount or degree. Small in amount or degree. It's not improvement. It's not improvement. It's not incline. It's an incline. She had a slight headache. She had a slight headache. A small amount or degree. Small in amount or degree. Small in amount. Mars put on a bit for Mars put on a bit for white, and she Mars put on a bit white, and she Mars put on a bit of white, and she put on a bit away. Not put on a bit away, and she a bit snide. A small amount or degree. Blamey, it's a bit cold. Blamey, it's a bit cold. Bit by bit, graduate. I saved up the money. Bit by bit. I saved up the money bit by bit. I saved up the money bit by bit. Not a bit. Also not one bit. Not in any way. She had a bit to work. She She wasn't a bit worried about the test. She wasn't a bit worried about the test. She wasn't a bit worried about the test. Not in any way. Not a bit. Also not one bit. Or not in any way. She wasn't a bit worried about the test. Quite a bit. Not. They have quite a bit of money. They have quite a bit of money. They have quite a bit of money. Quite a bit or not. They have quite a bit of money. Into small pieces. 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 The car was blown to bits. 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 Blown. Okay, to move or make a current of air, or to be moved to make something move on a current of air. Okay, the car was blown to bits very much. I love my son to bits. I love my son to bits. I love my son to bits. More examples. I think we need a bit of color in this way, and I think we need a bit of color in this way. We may as well finish off this pie. We may as well finish off this pie. There's only a bit. There's only a bit. There's only a little bit left. There's only a little bit left. There's only a little bit left. We may as well finish off this pie. We may as well finish off this pie. We may as well finish off this pie. There's only a little bit left. We may as well finish off this pie. There's only a bit. We may as well finish off this pie. There's only a little bit left. I bought a few things back from India. I bought a few things back from India. I bought a few things back from India. I bought everything back from India. Bits of jewelry. I bought a few things. I bought a few things back from India. I bought a few things back from India. Bits of jewelry. I bought a few things back from India. I bought a few things back from India. Bits of jewelry. Okay, I bought a few things back from India. Bits of jewelry and material money. Okay, a piece of metal. Let me see that. A piece of metal put in a horse's. A piece of metal put in a horse's mouth to a low. A piece of metal put in a horse's mouth to earn now, to earn now, earn now, to earn now, to earn now, to earn now the person, to earn now the person, to earn now the person, to earn now, to earn, to earn now, to earn now the person, to earn now the person reading it to control reading it to control its movements. A piece of metal put in a horse's mouth to allow the person reading it to control its movements. A piece of metal put in a horse's mouth to allow the person reading it to control its movement. Computing specialized computing specialized a unit of information in a computer. A unit of information in a computer that must be either zero or one. Okay, a unit of information in a computer that must be either 0 or 1. Okay, a unit of information in a computer that must be either 0 or 1, or a 32-bit computer, a computer that process 32 bits of information at a time. Okay, a coin representing a small amount of money, representing a small amount of money, representing. Okay, let me think. Represent. To speak, act. Represent. Act for. To speak, act, or be present, or be present officially, or be present officially for another person or people. Please. Okay, please. Hey, please. A coin representing a small amount of money. A three penny, 6 penny. A three penny, 6 penny bit. An amount of money that is equal to an amount of money that is equal to 12 cents. An amount of money that is equal to an amount of money that is equal to 12 cents, usually used in the expression 2 bits or 5. Our amount of money that is equal. Okay, our amount of money that is equal to our amount of money that is equal to 1 our amount of money that is equal to 12 half cents. 12 half cents. Present. Act for. Represent cents. Okay, let me see. Act for. Okay, act for. Okay. Cents. Okay, cents. Our amount of money that is equal to 12. So cute. With the worm. Okay, our amount of money that is equal to 12 half cents, usually used in the expression 2 bits. Usually used in the expression 2 bits. More. Usually used in the expression 2 bits or okay, usually used in the expression 2 bits or okay, amount of money that is equal to 12 half cents, usually used in the expression 2 bits or 25 cents. The part of it used for cutting or draining. Make whole. A part of it used for cutting or draining. Make holes. The part of it used for cutting or drawing. Make holes. A short distance or period of time. A bit. A short distance or period of time. Can you move up a bit? Oh. Can you move up a bit? I see you a bit. I'll wait a bit and see. I'll wait a bit and see if she comes. Could you move your chair a bit, please? Could you move your chair? Could you move your chair a bit? Could you move your chair a bit, please? Okay. Pathetic. Okay, pathetic. Cause feelings of sadness. Sympathy. Or sometimes lack of respect. Or sometimes lack of respect, especially because a person or an animal is suffering. Okay, pathetic. Kind feeling of sadness, sympathy. Pathetic. I was pathetic, I was pathetic for doing so. And pathetic. Kind feeling of sadness, sympathy, or sometimes lack of respect. Kind feelings of sadness, sympathy. Kind feelings of sadness, sympathy, or sometimes or sometimes lack of respect, especially because of a because a person or an animal is suffering, cause feelings of sadness, sympathy, or sometimes feelings of sadness, sympathy, or sometimes lack of respect, especially because a person or an animal is suffering. Okay, feelings of sadness, sympathy, care for someone, people, sympathy, or sometimes lack of respect, or sometimes lack of respect, especially because the person or animal is suffering. Or sometimes like or sometimes like okay, similarly to but not like the fact that something is not available, or that there is not enough of it. The fact that something is not available. The fact lack of something. The fact that something is not available, or that there is not enough of it. Night. Sympathy. Understanding and care for someone else. It's suffering. Understanding and care for someone else's suffering. The president has sent a message to the relatives of the dead soldiers. Okay, the president has sent a message to the relatives of the dead. To the relatives of the dead soldiers. Relatives. Members of family, relative. Sympathy. The president has sent a message of sympathy to the relatives of the dead soldiers. Okay. The refugees. The refugees are pathetic sad. The refugees. Okay, the refugees were a pathetic sad. The refugees were a pathetic. The refugees were a pathetic sight, starving, frightened and cold. Starving, frightened and cold. Starving, frightened. Relative. Okay, family number. Relative, a member of your family. Frightened. Feeling fear or worry. Starving, frightened and cold. The refugees were a pathetic sight. Starving, frightened and cold. After the accident, after the accident, he became a pathetic figure. After the accident, she became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. After the accident, she became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former. After the accident, she became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former. A shadow of his former self. After the accident, she became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. After the accident, she became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. The refugees. Okay. People had knew his country cause maybe sometimes people kind of be sometimes comes with maybe they were and frightened of that. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. After the accident, he became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. Figure, pathetic figure, a symbol for a member or amount expressed expressed in numbers. Can you read this? Can you read this finger? This is it a 3 or an 8? Is it a 3 or an 8? Write the amount in both words and figure. I looked quickly down the columns of figures. This figure number is simple for number or amount expressed in English express. Okay, after that he became everything. Member, person, shape, a woman body's shape, picture, expect, appear, number, calculate, an amount. After that, she became a pathetic figure, a shadow of his former self. War in an earlier time, before the present time war. A shadow of his former self. War in an earlier time. War in an earlier time. Before the present time. War in the past. War in an earlier time. Before the present time. War in the past. War in an earlier time, before the present time, war in the past. A shadow of his former self. A shadow of his former self. After the present time, he became a pathetic figure. A shadow of his former self. Adjective. Unsuccessful or showing no ability, effort, or bravery, so that people feel no respect. Unsuccessful, disapproving, unsuccessful, or showing no ability, need able to do that. Cause not ability. Or unsuccessful, or showing no ability, effort, or bravery, so that people feel no respect. So that people feel no respect. Unsuccessful. Okay. Unsuccessful, or showing no ability of effort or bravery, so that people feel no respect. Bravery. Unsuccessful, or showing no ability, effort, or bravery, so that people feel no respect. A pathetic attempt. Okay, trying to do something. Okay, That is mean. That is mean trying to do something. A pathetic attempt. A pathetic attempt. A pathetic attempt. A pathetic joke. A pathetic excuse. Are you telling me you are frightened to speak to her? Are you telling me you are frightened to speak to her? Don't. Are you telling me you are frightened to speak to her? Don't be so pathetic. Don't be so pathetic. Are you telling me you are frightened? Don't be so pathetic. Don't be so pathetic. Are you telling me you are frightened to speak to her? Are you telling me you are frightened to speak to her? Don't be so pathetic. Are you telling me Are you telling me you are frightened to speak to her? Are you telling me you are frightened to speak to her? Don't be so pathetic. Down. No. To put down or drop something in a careless way. Put down or drop something in a careless way. To put down or drop something in a careless way. Careless, not former. In an earlier time. Careless. Not taking or showing enough care. To put down or drop something in a careless way. Okay, in a careless way. In a careless way. Not taking or showing enough care and attention. Dump. To put down or drop something in a careless way. In a careless way. It came in with 4 shopping bags. It came in with 4 shopping bags and dumped them on the table. To put down or drop. To put down. To put down or drop something. Or drop something. Or drop something To put down or drop something in a careless way. It came in with 4 shopping bags and dumped them on the table. Careless. No, not taking, no showing enough care and attention. For sure. Okay, let me see. Rest.
or you don't make any money for 10 years.
We don't make money 10 years.
One reason why these very high marginal tax rates for the so-called wealthy are flawed, because the highest risk-taking, most creative professions literally lose money for a decade of your life while you take massive risk and you bleed and bleed and bleed, and then suddenly in year 11 or year 15 you might have one single big payday. But then of course Uncle Sam show up and say, hey, you know what, you just made a lot of money this year, therefore you're rich, therefore you're evil, and you gotta hand it all over to us. So it just destroys those kinds of creative risk-taking professions. But ideally, you want to make your money in discrete lumps, separated over long periods of time, so that your own lifestyle does not have a chance to adapt quickly, and then you can say, okay, now I'm done, now I'm retired, now I'm free. I'm still going to work because you got to do something with your life, but I'm going to work on only the things that I want, when I want, and it's going to be much more creative expression and much less about money.
You're not going to get rich renting out your time, but you say that you will get rich by giving society what it wants, but does not yet know how to get at scale.
That's right. So essentially, as we talked about before, money is IOUs from society saying, you did something good in the past, now here's something that we owe you for the future. And so society will pay you for creating things that it wants. But society doesn't yet know how to create those things. Because if it did, it would need you. They would already be stamped out big time. Almost everything in your house, in your workplace, and on the street used to be technology at one point in time. There was a time when oil was technology that made J.D. Rockefeller rich. There was a time when cars were technology that made Henry Ford rich. So technology is just a set of things, as Alan Kay said, that don't quite work yet. Once something works, it's no longer technology. So society always wants new things. And if you want to be wealthy, you want to figure out which one of those things you can provide for society that it does not yet know how to get, but it will want. That's natural to you and within your skill set, within your capabilities. And then you have to figure out how to scale it. Because if you just build one of it, that's not enough. You've got to build thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions or billions of them. But everybody can have one. Steve Jobs and his team, of course, figured out that society would want smartphones, a computer in their pocket that had all the phone capabilities times 100 and be easy to use. So they figured out how to build that, and then they figured out how to scale it, and they figured out how to get one into every first world citizen's pocket, and eventually every third world citizen too. And so because of that, they're handsomely rewarded, and Apple is the most valuable company in the world.
The way I tried to put it was that the entrepreneur's job is to try to bring the high end to the mass market.
It starts as high end. First, it starts with an act of creativity. First, you create it just because you want it. You want it, and you know how to build it, and you need it. And so you build it for yourself. Then you figure out how to get it to other people, and then for a little while, rich people have it. Like, for example, rich people had chauffeurs, and then they had black town cars, and then Uber came along, and everyone's private driver was available to everybody. And now you can even see Uber pools that are replacing shuttle buses because it's just more convenient. And then you get scooters, which are even further down market of that. So you're right, it's about distributing what rich people used to have to everybody. But the entrepreneur's job starts even before that, which is creation. Entrepreneurship is essentially an act of creating something new from scratch, predicting that society will want it, and then figuring out how to scale it and get it to everybody in a profitable way and self-sustaining.
Let's look at this next tweet, which I thought was cryptic and also super interesting about the kind of job or career that you might have. You said the internet has massively broadened the possible space of careers. Most people haven't figured this out yet.
The fundamental property of the internet, more than any other single thing, is it connects every human to each other human on the planet. You can now reach everyone, whether it's by emailing them personally, whether it's by broadcasting to them on Twitter, whether it's by posting something on Facebook that they find, whether it's by putting it on a website they come and access. It connects everyone to everyone. So the internet is an inter-networking tool. It connects everybody. That is its superpower. So you want to use that. What that helps you figure out is that the internet means that you can find your audience for your product or your talent and skill, no matter how far away they are. For example, Nenad, who was Illustratus, if he was in his videos pre-internet, how would he get the message out there? It would just be, what would he do? He would run around where he lives in his neighborhood, showing it to people on a computer or a screen, or he would try to get it played at local movie theater. It was impossible. It only works because he can put it on the internet. And then how many people in the world are really interested in it, or even interested in what we're talking about, are really going to absorb it, right? It's going to be a very small subset of humanity. The key is being able to reach them. So what the internet does is allows any niche obsession, which could be just the weirdest thing. It could be like people who collect snakes, to like people who like to ride hot air balloons, to people who like to sail around the world by themselves, just one person on a craft, or someone who's obsessed with miniature cooking, like there's this whole Japanese miniature cooking phenomenon, or there's a show about a woman goes to people's houses and tidies it up, right? So whatever niche obsession you have, the internet allows you to scale. Now that's not to say that what you build will be the next Facebook will reach billions of users, but if you just want to reach 50,000 passionate people like you, there's an audience out there for you. So the beauty of this is that we have 7 billion beings as a planet. The combinatorics of human DNA are incredible. Everyone is completely different. You'll never meet any two people who are vaguely similar to each other that can substitute for each other. It's not like you can say, well, Nibby just left my life, so I can have this other person come in and he's just like Nibby, and I get the same feelings, the same responses, and the same ideas. No, there are no substitutes for people. People are completely unique. So given that, each person has different skill sets, different interests, different obsessions, and it's that diversity that becomes a creative superpower. So each person can be creatively superb at their own unique thing. But before, that didn't matter, because if you were living in a little fishing village in Italy, like your fishing village didn't necessarily need your completely unique skill, and you had to conform to just the few jobs that were available. But now, today, you can be completely unique. You can go out on the internet and you can find your audience, and you can build a business and create a product and build wealth and make people happy, just uniquely expressing yourself through the internet. Space of careers has been so broadened. Esports players, people making millions of dollars playing Fortnite, people creating videos and uploading them, YouTube broadcasters, bloggers, podcasters. Joe Rogan, I read, true or false, I don't know, but I read that he's going to make about $100 million a year on his podcast, and he's had 2 billion downloads. Even PewDiePie, this is a hilarious tweet that I retweeted the other day, PewDiePie is the #1 trusted name in news. This is a kid, I think, in Sweden, and he's got 3 times the distribution of the top cable news networks, just on his news channel. It's not even on his entertainment channel. The internet enables any niche interest, as long as you're the best at it, to scale out. And the great news is, because every human is different, everyone is the best at something, being themselves. Another tweet I had that is worth reading in, but didn't go into this tweet storm, was a very simple one. I like things when I can compress them down, because they're easy to remember and easy to hook on to. But that one was, escape competition through authenticity. So when you're competing with people, it's because you're copying them. It's because you're trying to do the same thing. But every human is different. Don't copy. I know we're mimetic teachers, and Rene Girard has an old mimesis theory, but it's much easier than that. Don't imitate, don't copy, just do your own thing. No one can compete with you on being you. It's that simple. And so the more authentic you are to who you are and what you love to do, the less competition you're going to have. So you can escape competition through authenticity when you realize that no one can compete with you on being you. And normally that would have been useless advice pre-internet. Post-internet, you can turn that into a career.
Talk a little bit about what industries you should think about working in, what kind of job you should have, and who you might want to work with. So you said one should pick an industry where you can play long-term games with long-term people. Why?
Yeah, this is an insight into what makes Silicon Valley work and what makes high-trust societies work. Essentially, all the benefits in life come from compound interest, whether it's in relationships or making money or in learning. So compound interest is a marvelous force where it's like, you start out with 1x what you have, and then if you increase 20% a year for 30 years, it's not that you got 30 years times 20% added on, it was compounding. So it just grew until you suddenly got a massive amount of whatever it is, whether it's goodwill or love or relationships or money. So I think compound interest is a very important force. So you have to play a long-term game. And long-term games are good not just for compound interest, they're also good for trust. If you look at Prisoner's Dilemma type games, the solution to Prisoner's Dilemma is tit for tat, which is I'm just going to do to you what you did last time to me, with some forgiveness in case there was a mistake made. But that only works in an iterated Prisoner's Dilemma. In other words, you play the game multiple times. So if you're in a situation, like for example, you're in Silicon Valley, where people are doing business with each other and they know each other, they trust each other, then they do right by each other because they know this person will be around for the next game. Now, of course, that doesn't always work because you can make so much money in one move in Silicon Valley. Sometimes people betray each other because they're just like, I'm going to get rich enough off this that I don't care. So there can be exceptions to all these circumstances. But essentially, if you want to be successful, you have to work with other people and you have to figure out who can you trust and who can you trust over a long, long period of time that you can just keep playing the game with them so that compound interest and high trust will make it easier to play the game and will let you collect the major rewards, which are usually at the end of the cycle. So for example, Warren Buffett has done really well as an investor in the US stock market, but the biggest reason he could do that was because the US stock market has been stable and around and didn't get, for example, seized by the government during a bad administration, or the US didn't plunge in some war. The underlying platform didn't get destroyed. So in his case, he was playing a long-term game, and the trust came from the US stock market stability. In Silicon Valley, the trust comes from the network of people in the small geographic area that you figure out over time who you can work with and who you can't. If you keep switching locations, you keep switching groups, let's say you started out in the woodworking industry and you build up a network there and you're working hard, you're trying to build a product in the woodworking industry. And then suddenly another industry comes along that's adjacent but different, but you don't really know anybody in it and you want to dive in and make money there. If you keep hopping from industry to, no, actually I need to open a line of electric car stations for electric car refueling. That might make sense. It might be the best opportunity, but every time you reset, every time you wander out of where you've built your network, you're going to be starting from scratch. You're not going to know who to trust. They're not going to trust you. There are also industries in which people are transient by definition. They're always coming in and going out. Politics is an example of that, right? In politics, new people are being elected. You see in politics that when you have a lot of old-timers, like the Senate, people who've been around for a long time and they've been career politicians, yeah, there's a lot of downside to career politicians, like corruption, but an upside is they actually get deals done with each other because they know the other person is going to be in the same position 10 years from now, and they're going to keep dealing with them, so they might as well learn how to cooperate. Whereas every time you get like a new incoming freshman class in the House of Representatives, which turns over every 2 years, the big wave election, nothing gets done because there's a lot of fighting. Because I just got here, I don't know you, I don't know if you're going to be around, why should I work with you, rather than just trying to do whatever I think is right. So it's important to pick an industry where you can play long-term games and with long-term people. So those people have to signal that they're going to be around for a long time, that they're ethical, and their ethics are visible through their action.
In a long-term game, it seems that everybody is making each other rich. And in a short-term game, it seems like everybody is making themselves rich.
I think that is a brilliant formulation. Yeah, in a long-term game, it's positive sum. We're all baking the pie together. We're trying to make it as big as possible. In a short-term game, we're cutting up the pie. Now, this is not to excuse the socialists, right? The socialists are the people who are not involved in baking the pie, who show up at the end and say, I want slice or I want the whole pie. They show up with the guns. But I think a good leader doesn't take credit. A good leader tries to inspire people so the team gets the job done. And then things get divided up according to fairness and who contributed how much, or as close to as possible, and took risk, as opposed to just whoever has the longest knife, the sharpest knife.
So these next two tweets are play iterated games. All returns in life, whether in wealth, relationships, or knowledge, come from compound interest.
Yeah, when you have been doing business with somebody, you've been friends with somebody for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, it just gets better and better because you trust them so easy that the friction goes down. You can do bigger and bigger things together. For example, the simplest one is getting married to someone, having kids and raising children. Like, that's compound interest, right? Investing in those relationships. Those relationships end up being invaluable compared to more casual relationships. It's true in health and fitness. The fitter you are, the easier it is to stay fit. Whereas the more you deteriorate your body, the harder it is to come back and claw your way back to a baseline. It requires heroic acts.
Regarding compound interest, I think I saw you retweet something a while back. Maybe it was from Ed Lattimore. It went something along the lines of get some traction, get purchase, and don't lose it. So the idea was to gain some initial traction and never fall back. Just keep ratcheting up and up.
I don't remember it exactly, but I think that was right. Yeah, it was like get traction and don't let go. It was a good one, yeah. In terms of pick people to work with that have high intelligence, high energy, and high integrity, I find that's the three-part checklist that you cannot compromise on. You need someone who's smart or they're heading in the wrong direction. and you're not going to end up in the right place. You need someone high energy because the world is full of smart, lazy people. We all know people in our lives who are really smart, but can't get out of bed or lift a finger. And we also know people who are very high energy but not that smart, so they work hard but they're running in the wrong direction. And smart, it's not a pejorative. It's not meant to be like someone's smart, someone else is stupid, but it's more that everyone's smart at different things. So depending on what you want to do well, you have to find someone who's smart at that thing. And then energy, a lot of times people are unmotivated for a specific thing, but they're not motivated for other things. So for example, someone might be really unmotivated to go to a job and sit in an office, but they might be really motivated to go paint, right? Well, in that case, they should be a painter. They should be putting art up on the internet, trying to figure out how to build a career out of that, rather than wearing a collar around their neck and going to a dreary job. And then high integrity is the most important, because otherwise, if you've got the other two, what you have is you have a smart and hardworking crook who's eventually going to cheat you. So you have to figure out the person's high integrity, and as we talked about, the way you do that is through signals, and signals is what they do, not what they say. It's all the nonverbal stuff that people do when they think nobody's looking.
With respect to the energy, there was this interesting thing from Sam Altman a while back where he was talking about delegation, and he was saying one of the important things for delegation is delegate to people who are actually good at the thing that you want them to do. It's the most obvious thing, but it seems like you want to partner with people who are naturally going to do the things that you want them to do.
Yeah, I almost won't start a company or hire a person or work with somebody if I just don't think they're into what I want them to do. When I was younger, I used to try and talk people into things. There was this idea that you can sell someone into doing something, but you can't. You can't keep them motivated. You can get them inspired initially. It might work if you're a king like Henry V and you're trying to get them to just charge into battle, and then they'll figure it out. But if you're trying to keep someone motivated for the long term, that motivation has to come intrinsically. You can't just create it, nor can you be the crutch for them if they don't have that intrinsic motivation. So you have to make sure people actually are high energy and want to do what you want them to do or what you want to work with them. Reading signals is very, very important. Signals are what people do despite what they say. So it's important to pay attention to subtle signals. We all know this socially. If someone treats a waiter or waitress in a restaurant really badly, then it's only a matter of time until they treat you badly. If somebody screws over an enemy and is vindictive towards them, well, it's only a matter of time before they redefine you from friend to enemy and you feel their wrath. So angry, outraged, vindictive, short-term thinking people are essentially that way in many interactions in their life. People are oddly consistent. It's one of the things you learn about them. So you want to find long-term people. You want to find people who seem irrationally ethical. For example, I had one friend of mine whose company I invested in, and the company failed, and he could have wiped out all the investors. But he kept putting more and more personal money in. Through 3 different pivots, he put personal money in until the company finally succeeded. And in the process, he never wiped out the investors. And I was always grateful to him for that. I said, wow, that's amazing that you were so good to your investors. You didn't wipe them out. And he got offended by that. He said, I didn't do it for you. I didn't do it for my investors. I did it for me. It's my own self-esteem. It's what I care about. That's how I live my life. That's the kind of person you want to work with. Another quote that I like, I have a tweet on this. I think I read this somewhere else, which is, I'm not taking credit for this, but I've modified a little bit, which is that self-esteem is a reputation that you have with yourself. You'll always know. So good people, moral people, ethical people, easy to work with people, reliable people tend to have very high self-esteem because they have very good reputation with themselves and they understand that. It's not ego. Self-esteem and ego are different things, because ego can be undeserved, but self-esteem, at least you feel like you lived up to your own internal moral code of ethics. And so it's very hard to work with people who end up being low integrity. And it's hard to figure out who's high integrity and low integrity. Generally, the more someone is saying that they're moral and ethical and high integrity, the less likely they are to be that way. It's very much like status signaling. If you overtly bid for status, if you overtly talk about being high status, that is a low status move. If you openly talk about how honest and reliable and trustworthy you are, you're probably not that honest and trustworthy. That is a characteristic of con men. So yeah, pick an industry in which you can play long-term games with long-term people.
Let's do this last tweet. You said, don't partner with cynics and pessimists. Their beliefs are self-fulfilling.
Yeah, essentially, to create things, you have to be a rational optimist. Rational in the sense that you have to see the world for what it really is, and yet you have to be optimistic about your own capabilities and your ability to get things done. we all know people who are consistently pessimistic who will shoot down everything. Everyone in their life has like the helpful critical guy, right? He thinks he's being helpful, but he's actually being critical and he's a downer on everything. That person will not only never do anything great in their lives, they'll prevent other people around them from doing something great. They think their job is to shoot holes in things. And it's okay to shoot holes in things as long as you come with a solution. There's also the classic like military line, either lead, follow, or get out of the way. And these people want a fourth option, but they don't want to lead, they don't want to follow, but they don't want to get out of the way. They want to tell you why the thing's not going to work. And all the really successful people I know have a very strong action bias. They just do things.
Okay. Let's get started. Convenience. Down. To put down or drop something. Careless. He came to put down or drop something in a careless way. He came in with four shopping bags and dumped them on the table. His body had been dumped in an area of wasteland just outside the city. His body had been dumped in the area of wasteland just out of the his body had been dumped his body had been dumped in an area of wasteland just outside the city. He opposes any kind of opposes nuclear waste being dumped at sea. Opposes. Opposes. To disagree with something. To disagree with something or someone, often by speaking or fighting against it, him or her. They propose the new tasting system. Has been rigorously opposed by teacher. Most of the local residents oppose the clothing of the school. Most of the local residents they close the school. They disagree with something or someone, often by speaking or fighting against it. Him or her. Okay, he opposes any kind of nuclear waste being dumped at sea. The car was dumped in a stretch of wasteland. In the south of the north stretch. Opposed to disagree with the one was stretch. No. South of the city. South of the city. The stress reach to cut something to reach, move as far as possible in a particular direction. To cut something to reach, move as far as possible in a particular direction. To cut something to reach, move as far as possible in a particular direction. To cut something to reach, move as far as possible in a particular direction. I dropped on a piece of wire that someone had stretched across the path. Stretch your hand out. She stretched out her hand and helped him from his chair. Reach. To cut something to reach. Walk as far as possible in a particular direction. To cut something to reach. The car was dumped in Estrich, Westland, in the south of the city. The car was dumped in Estrich, Westland, in the south of the city. 90% of American trash. 90% of American. 90% of American trash is dumped in landfill sites. Stress, which to cut something to reach, often as far as possible in a particular direction. Site. Place. A place where something is. A place where something is, was, or will be built. Or will be built. Or where something happened, is happening, or will happen. Website. Site. In landfill. 90% of American trash is dumped in landfill sites. Get rid of something unwanted. Away from. To get rid of something unwanted. Especially by leaving it in a place where it is not allowed to be. especially banning it in a place where it is not allowed to be. They tax site or place especially by leaving it in a place where it is not allowed. Tax. The tax was so unpopular that the government decided they dump it to get rid of something unwanted, especially by leaving it being a place where it is not allowed to be. The tax was unpopular that the government decided to dump it. Several old cars had been dumped near the beach. Several old cars had been dumped near the beach. Toxic chemicals continue to be dumped into the river. Okay, toxic dumped into the river. Toxic. 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 Okay. Toxic chemicals continue to be dumped into the river. Toxic chemicals continue to be dumped into the river. Toxic chemicals continue to be dumped into the river. Toxic chemicals continue to be dumped into the river. Toxic chemicals continue to be dumped into the river. Toxic chemicals continue to be dumped into the river. To sell unwanted goods. To sell unwanted goods very cheaply. Toxic chemicals continue to be dumped into the river. Toxic continue to be dumped into the river. To sell unwanted goods very cheaply, usually. To sell unwanted goods very cheaply, usually in other countries. They accuse something accuse try or write say or write something say or write someone to do wrong thing or stupid thing. To do wrong or stupid thing. Okay, they accuse the West of dumping out of date medicines. They accused the West of dumping out of date medicines on third world countries. They accused the West of dumping out-of-date medicines. They accused the West of dumping out-of-date medicines on third world countries. They accused the West of dumping out-of-date medicines. They accused the West of dumping out-of-date medicines on third world countries. They accused the West of dumping out-of-date medicines on third world countries. And the relationship, why don't you just dump him? And the relationship, to suddenly and a romantic relationship you have been having with someone. Okay, to suddenly and a romantic relationship you have been having with someone. If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? It's not. So the romantic relationship you have been having with him. If he's so awful, why don't you just dump him? In team sports, ball sports. Ball sports, in team sports, to pass the ball a short distance to another player on your team. In team sports, to pass the ball a short distance to another player on your team. He moved right before dumping off a short pass to the running back. Ball sports. In team sports, to pass the ball a short distance to another player on your team. He moved right before dump off a short pass to the running pass. Good pass. He moved right before dumping off a short pass to the running back. He moved right before dumping off a short pass to the running back. He dribbled under the basket. He dribbled under the basket and dumped off the ball to the center. He dribbled under the basket. He dribbled under the basket and dumped off the ball to the center. He dribbled under the basket and dumped off the ball to the center. Dumped off the ball to the center. He he dribbled under the basket and dumped off the ball to the center. Shit. He dribbled. Two flow slowly. Two flow slowly in small flow. Dribble. Verse slowly. He dribbled under the basket. He dribbled under the basket and dumped off the ball to the center. He dumped the ball to a back or tight end. He dumped the ball to a back or tight end. He dumped the ball to the back or tight end. Held or kept together. Tight end. I can't you tie the it's too tight. Family or close. Tight end. Down to the ball to the word tight end. Firmly or closely. Firmly or closely. Held or kept together. Held or kept together. Firmly or closely. Held or kept together. Firmly or closely. Actually, you tie the cord. It's too tight. This net is very tight. The people stood talking. The people stood talking in tight groups. Held on tight. When we go around the corner. When we go around the corner. When we go the corner. When we go firmly or closely. He dumped the ball to the back. He dumped the ball to a back or tight end. In hockey, to hit the puck. In hockey, to hit the puck far into the opposing team's area. In hockey, to hit the puck far into the opposite team area. In hockey, Okay. One of the sports. It is one of the most. It is one of the sports. Hockey. Park. A small. All right. A small hard rubber disc that is used instead of a ball in hockey. A game played on ice. A game played on ice. A game played on ice. A game played. He dumped the puck in the corner and goes for change. He dumps the puck in the corner and goes for a change. He dumped the puck in the corner. He dumped the puck in the corner and goes for a change. In hockey, to hit the puck far into the opposing team's area. Hockey, to hit the puck far into the opposing team's area. He dumps the puck in the corner. He dumps the puck in the corner and goes for a change. He dumps the puck in the corner and goes for a change. Teams can simply dump the puck into the other team's zone and chase it down. Okay. Teams can simply dump the puck into the other team's zone and chase it down. He dumps the puck in the corner and goes for a change. Teams can simply dump the puck into the other team's zone and chase it down. Simply. Teams can simply dump. Completely or augment possible. Completely or as much as possible. Okay. Teams can simply dump the puck into the other team's zone or chase it down. Simply. You can't simply. Completely or as much as possible. Simply, teams can simply dump the puck into the other team's zone. An area, especially one that is different. That is different. Okay, an area, especially one that is different from the areas around it because it has different characteristics or is used for different purposes. Zone, and zone. Okay. Chase. Why this mean? Chips. Falling to hurry, to hurry, to hurry. To hurry after someone or something in order to catch him, her, right? Chase. To hurry after someone or something in order to catch him, her, or it. Or chase it down. Okay, the teams can simply dump the puck into the other team's row and chase it down. To hurry after someone or something in order to catch him, her, or it. Her, him, her, or it. To hurry after someone or something in order to catch him, her, or it. Or it. Okay, teams can simply dump the puck into the other team's row and chase it down. In golf, to hit the ball into some water in a bunker, area filled with sand. She dumped her second shot. In the water at the 10th. She dumped her second shot. She dumped her second shot in the water at the 10th. She dumped her second shot in the water at the 10th. She dumped her second shot in the water at the 10th. He hit his pooch. She dumped her second shot in the water at the 10th. He hit his pitch shot to Kaiyuan and dumped his ball into the bunker. Okay, he hit his pitch shot to Kaiyuan. Why is this mean? Kaiyuan. Inform in a way that is okay. Inform. Okay. In a way that is not formal in a way that is not formal or not suitable for a special or official occasion. In a way that is not formal or not suitable. In a way that is not formal or not suitable for a special or official occasion. Informal. Okay. He had his pitch shot to Kaiyuan and dumped his ball into the bunker. Knew that is not formal or not suitable for a special for special or official occasion. For official occasion or official occasion. He had his pitched shirt too casually and dumped his ball into the bunker. She dumped her second shot. She dumped her second shot in the water at the 10th. She dumped her second shot in the water at the 10th. She dumped her second shot in the water at the 10th. She dumped her second shot in the water at the 10th. She dumped her second shot in the water at the 10th. She dumped her second shot in the water at the 10th. She dumped her second shot in the water at the 10th. He hit his pitch shot too casually and dumped his ball into the bunker. Rubbish dump. UK was a rubbish dump. You garbage dump. Garbage dump. A place where people are allowed. A place where people are. A place where people are allowed to leave their garbage. A place where people are allowed to leave their garbage. A place where people are allowed to leave their garbage. I'm going to clean out the basement. I'm going to clean out the basement. I'm going to a place where people are allowed to leave their garbage. A place where people are allowed to leave their garbage. I'm going to clean out the basement and take. I'm going to clean out the basement and take everything I don't want to the dump. I'm going to clean out the basement and take. And I'm going to clean out the basement and take everything I don't want to the dump. I'm going to clean out the basement and take everything I don't want to the dump. I'm going to clean out the basement and take everything I don't want to the dump. I'm going to clean out the basement and take everything I don't want to the dump. A very unpleasant and unattractive place. A very unpleasant and unattractive place. This towel is a complete dump. Okay, a very unpleasant and unattractive place. Attractive. A toy is a complete dump. Occasion.
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 Occasion. Unattractive. Attractive place. Attractive place. Attractive. Relating to the pound. Attractive. 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 A very unpleasant and unattractive place. This town is a complete dump. A place worse than a particular type of stored. Okay, a place worse than a particular type stored. A place worse than a particular. A place worse than a particular type are stored, especially by an army. Ammunition arms. A place worse than a particular type are stored, especially by an army. Ammunition arms weapon for dumped. A place worse than a particular type are stored, especially by an army. A place worse than a particular type are stored, especially by an army. Stored. Okay, a place worse than a particular type of stored. Okay, a place worse than a particular type of stored, especially by an army. Ammunition armies, weapons, food dump. Computing specialized on art, on act. Computing specialized an act of moving information from a computer's memory. An act of moving information from a computer's memory to another place or device. An act of moving information from a computer's memory to another place or device. An act of moving information from a computer's memory to another place or device. To put down or drop something heavy. To put down or drop something heavy without caring where it goes. To put down or drop something heavy without caring where it goes, or to get rid of something. Caring without caring where it goes. To put down or drop something heavy without caring where it goes, or to get rid of something or someone no longer wanted. Someone no longer wanted. Or to get rid of something or someone no longer wanted. This ship was accused. This ship was accused of dumping garbage overboard. This ship was accused of dumping garbage overboard. This ship was accused of dumping garbage overboard. She missed too many rehearsals. She missed too many rehearsals and was dumped from the cast. Okay. Not enough time. At least distance 15 minutes. Okay. I'm tired.
The easiest way to figure out if something's viable or not is by doing it. At least do the first step and the second step and the third and then decide. So if you want to be successful in life, creating wealth or having good relationships or being fit or even being happy, you need to have an action bias towards getting what you want. And you have to be optimistic about it. Not irrationally. There's nothing worse than someone who's just like foolhardy and chasing it's not work. That's like a rational optimist. But you have to be rational, know all the pitfalls, know the downsides, but still keep your chin up. I mean, you've got one life on this planet. Why not try to build something big? This is the beauty of Elon Musk and why I think he inspires so many people. It's just that he takes on really, really big, audacious tasks, and he provides an example for people to think big. And it takes a lot of work to build even small things. I don't think the corner grocery store owner is working any less hard than Elon Musk or pouring any less sweat and toil into it. Maybe even more. But for whatever reason, education, circumstance, they didn't get the chance to think as big, so the outcome's not as big. So it's just better to think big, obviously rationally within your means to stay optimistic. The cynics and the pessimists, what they're really saying, and fortunate, but they're saying, I've given up. I don't think I can do anything. And so the world to me just looks like a world where nobody can do anything. And so why should you go do something? Because if you fail, then I'm right, which is great. But if you succeed, then you just make me look bad.
Yeah, it's probably better to be an irrational optimist than it is to be a rational cynic.
Yeah, there's a completely rational frame on why you should be an optimist. Historically, if you go back 2,000 years, 5,000 years, 10,000 years, two people are walking into a jungle, they hear a tiger, one's an optimist and says, oh, it's not headed our way. The other one says, I'm a pessimist, I'm out of here. And the pessimist runs and survives, and the optimist gets eaten. So we're descended from pessimists. We're genetically hardwired to be pessimists. But modern society is far, far safer. There are no tigers wandering down the street. It's very unlikely that you will end up in total ruin, although you should avoid total ruin. Much more likely that the upside is unlimited and the downside is limited. So adapting for modern society means overriding your pessimism and taking slightly irrationally optimistic bets because the upside is unlimited. If you start the next SpaceX or Tesla or Uber, you can make billions of dollars of value for society and for yourself and change the world. And if you fail, that's a big deal. You lost a few $1 billion of investor money and they've got plenty more, and that's the bet they take and the chances that you will succeed. It made sense to be pessimistic in the past. It makes sense to be optimistic today, especially if you're educated and living in a first world country. Even a third world country. I actually think the economic opportunities in third world countries are much larger. The one thing you have to avoid is the risk of ruin. Ruin means stay out of jail. So don't do anything that's illegal. It's never worth it to wear an orange jumpsuit. And stay out of total catastrophic loss. That could mean that you stay out of things that could be physically dangerous, hurt your body. You have to watch your health. And stay out of things that can cause you to lose all of your capital, all of your savings. So don't gamble everything at one go. But you take rationally optimistic bets with big upside.
I think there's people that will try and build up your ideas and build on your ideas, no matter how far-fetched they might seem. And then there are people who will list out all the obvious exceptions, no matter how obvious they are. And fortunately, in the startup world, I don't even really get exposed to the people that are giving you the obvious exceptions and all the reasons it's not going to work. I barely get exposed to that anymore.
That's what Twitter is for. Scott Adams got so annoyed by this that he came up with the phrase, an acronym, which is, but of course there are obvious exceptions, BOCTAOE. And he used to like pin that acronym at the end of his articles for a while. But Twitter is just like overrun with nitpickers. And where exactly as you're pointing out, Silicon Valley has learned that the upside is so great that you never look down on the slobby kid who's wearing a hoodie and has like coffee on his shoes and just looks like a slob, because you don't know if he's going to be the next Mark Zuckerberg or the next Reid Hoffman. So you got to treat everybody with respect. You got to look up to every possibility and opportunity, because the upside is so unlimited and the downside is so limited in the modern world, especially with financial assets and instruments.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the skills that you need, in particular specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, and judgment? So the first tweet in this area is arm yourself with specific knowledge, accountability, and leverage. And I'll throw in judgment as well. I don't think you covered that in that particular tweet.
If you want to make money, you have to get paid at scale. And why you, that's accountability. At scale, that's leverage. And just you getting paid as opposed to somebody else getting paid, that's specific knowledge. So specific knowledge is probably the hardest thing to get across in this whole tweet storm, and it's probably the thing that people get the most confused about. The thing is that we have this idea that everything can be taught. Everything can be taught in school. And it's not true that everything can be taught. In fact, the most interesting things cannot be taught. But everything can be learned. And very often that learning either comes from some innate characteristics in your DNA, or it could be through your childhood where you learn soft skills, which are very, very hard to teach later on in life, or it's something that is brand new, so nobody else knows how to do it either, or it's true on-the-job training because you're pattern matching into highly complex environments, building judgment in a specific domain. Classic example is investing, but it could be in anything. It could be in judgment in running a fleet of trucks. It could be judgment in weather forecasting. So specific knowledge is the knowledge that you care about, especially if you're later in life. Let's say you're post 20, 21, 22. You almost don't get to choose which specific knowledge you have. Rather, you get to look at what you have already built by that point in time, and then you can build on top of it. The first thing to notice about specific knowledge is that you can't be trained for it. If you can be trained for it, if you can go to a class and learn specific knowledge, then somebody else can be trained for it too. And then we can mass produce and mass train people. Heck, we can even program computers to do it, and eventually we can program robots to walk around doing it. So if that's the case, then you're extremely replaceable, and all we have to pay you is the minimum wage that we have to pay you to get you to do it, when there are lots of other takers who can be trained to do it. So really, your returns just devolve into your cost of training plus the return on investment on that training. So you really want to pick up specific knowledge. You need your schooling, you need your training to be able to capitalize on the best specific knowledge, but the part of it that you'll get paid for is the specific knowledge. For example, someone who goes and gets a degree in psychology and then becomes a salesperson. Well, if they were already a formidable salesperson and had great salesmanship to begin with, then the psychology degree is leverage. It arms them and they do much better at sales. But if they were always an introvert, never very good at sales, and they're trying to use psychology to learn sales, they're just not going to get that great at it. Specific knowledge is found much more by pursuing your innate talents, your genuine curiosity, and your passion. It's not by going to school for whatever is the hottest job. It's not for going into whatever field investors say is the hottest. Very often, specific knowledge is at the edge of knowledge. It's also stuff that's just being figured out or is really hard to figure out. So if you're not 100% into it, somebody else who is 100% into it will outperform you. And they won't just outperform you by a little bit, they'll outperform you by a lot. Because now we're operating in the domain of ideas, compound interest really applies and leverage really applies. So if you're operating with 1,000 times leverage and somebody is right 80% of the time and somebody else is right 90% of the time, the person who's right 90% of the time will literally get paid hundreds of times more by the market because of the leverage and because of the compounding factors in being correct. So you really want to make sure you're good at it, so your genuine curiosity is very important. So very often, it's not something you sit down and you reason about. It's more found by observation. You almost have to look back on your own life and see what you're actually good at. For example, I wanted to be a scientist, and that is where a lot of my moral hierarchy comes from. I view scientists at the top of the production chain for humanity. And the group of scientists who have made real breakthroughs and contributions have probably added more to human society, I think, than any single other class of human beings. Not to take away anything from art or politics or engineering or business, but without the science, we'd still be scrabbling in the dirt, fighting with sticks and trying to start fires. My whole value system was built around scientists, and I wanted to be a great scientist. But when I actually look back at what I was uniquely good at and what I ended up spending my time doing, it was more around making money, tinkering with technology, and selling people on things, explaining things, talking to people. So I have some sales skills, which is a form of specific knowledge that I have. I have some analytical skills around how to make money, and I have this ability to absorb data, obsess about it, and break it down, and that is a specific skill that I have. I also just love tinkering with technology, and all of this stuff feels like play to me, but it looks like work to others. So there are other people to whom these things would be hard. They say like, well, how do I get good at being pithy and selling ideas? Well, if you're not already good at it, or if you're not really into it, maybe it's not your thing. Focus on the thing that you are really into. This is ironic, but the first person to actually point out my real specific knowledge was my mother. And she did it as an aside, talking from the kitchen, and she said it when I was like 15 or 16 years old. I was telling a friend of mine that I wanted to be an astrophysicist, and she said, no, you're going to go into business. And I was like, what? My mom's telling me I'm going to be in business? I'm going to be an astrophysicist. Mom doesn't know what she's talking about. But Mom knew exactly what she was talking about. She had already observed that every time we walked down the street, I would critique the local pizza parlor on why they were selling their slices a certain way with certain toppings, and why their process of ordering was this way when it should have been that way. So she knew that I had more of a business curious mind, but then my obsession with science combined to create technology, and technology business is where I found myself. So very often, your specific knowledge is observed, and often observed by other people who know you well, and revealed in situations rather than something that you come up with. To the extent that specific knowledge is taught, it's on the job, it's through apprenticeships, and that's why the best businesses, the best careers are the apprenticeship careers, because those are things that society still has not figured out how to train and automate yet. The classic line here is that Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham when he got out of school, and Benjamin Graham was the author of The Intelligent Investor, who sort of modernized or created value investing as a discipline. And Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham and offered to work for him for free. And Graham said, actually, you're overpriced. Free is overpriced. And Graham was absolutely right, that when it comes to a very valuable apprenticeship, like the type that Graham was going to give Buffett, Buffett should have been paying him a lot of money. And that right there tells you that those are skills worth knowing. Specific knowledge also tends to be technical and creative. So on the bleeding edge of technology, on the bleeding edge of art, on the bleeding edge of communication, even today, for example, there are probably meme lords out there on the internet who can create incredible memes that will spread the idea to millions of people, or are very persuasive, like for example, Scott Adams is a good example of this. He's essentially becoming one of the most credible people in the world by making accurate predictions through persuasive arguments and videos. And that is specific knowledge that he has built up over the years because he got obsessed with hypnosis when he was young. He learned how to communicate through cartooning. He embraced Periscope early, so he's been practicing lots of conversation. He's read all the books on the topic. He's employed it in his everyday life. If you look at his girlfriend, she's like this beautiful young Instagram model. That is an example of someone who has built up a specific knowledge over the course of his career. It's highly creative. It has elements of being technical in it, and it's something that is never going to be automated. No one's going to take that away from him, because he's also accountable under one brand as Scott Adams, and he's operating with the leverage of media with Periscope and drawing billboard cartoons and writing books. He has massive leverage on top of that brand, and he can build wealth out of it if he wanted to build additional wealth beyond what he already has.
Should we be calling it unique knowledge, or does specific knowledge somehow make more sense for it?
I came up with this framework when I was really young. And we're talking decades and decades. It's now probably over 30 years old. And so at the time, just specific knowledge stuck with me, so that is how I think about it. The reason I didn't try and change it is because every other term that I found for it was overloaded in a different way. At least specific knowledge isn't that used. I can rebrand it. The problem with unique knowledge is, yeah, maybe it's unique, but if I learn it from somebody else, it's no longer unique. Then we both know it. So it's not so much that it is unique, it's that it is highly specific to the situation, it's specific to the individual, it's specific to the problem, and it can only be built as part of a larger obsession, interest, and time spent in that domain. It can't just be read straight out of a single book, nor can it be taught in a single course, nor can it be programmed into a single algorithm.
Speaking of Scott Adams, he's got a blog post on how to build your career by getting in, say, the top 25 percentile at 3 or more things. And by doing that, you become the only person in the world who can do those 3 things in the 25th percentile. So instead of trying to be the best at one thing, you just try to be very, very good at 3 or more things. Is that a way of building specific knowledge?
I actually think the best way is just to follow your own obsession. And somewhere in the back of your mind, you can realize that, hey, actually, this obsession, like I'll keep an eye out for the commercial aspects of it. But I think if you go around trying to build it a little too deliberately, if you become too goal-oriented on the money, then you won't pick the right thing. You won't actually pick the thing that you love to do, so you won't go deep enough into it. Scott Adams' observation is a good one. It's predicated on statistics. Let's say there's 10,000 areas that are valuable to the human race today in terms of knowledge to have. And the number one in those 10,000 slots is taken, right? Someone else is likely to be the number one in each of those 10,000 unless you happen to be one of the 10,000 most obsessed people in the world at a given thing. But when you start going the combinatorics of combining, well, number 3,728 with top-notch sales skills and really good writing skills and someone who understands accounting and finance really well, when the need for that intersection arrives, you've expanded now from 10,000 through combinatorics to millions or tens of millions. So it just becomes much less competitive. Also, there's diminishing returns, so it's much easier to be top 75 percentile at 3 or 4 things than it is to be literally the number one at something. I think it's a very pragmatic approach, but I think it's important that one not start assembling things too deliberately, because you do want to pick things where you are a natural. Everyone is a natural at something. We're all familiar with that phrase, a natural. Oh, this person's a natural at meeting men or women. This person's a natural socialite. This person's a natural programmer. This person's a natural reader. So whatever you are a natural at, you want to double down on that. And then there are probably multiple things you are natural at, because personalities and humans are very complex. So we want to be able to take the things that you are natural at and combine them so that you automatically, just through sheer interest and enjoyment, end up top 25 or top 10 or top 5% at a number of things.
Talking about combining skills, you said that you should learn to sell, learn to build. If you can do both, you will be unstoppable.
You know, this is a very broad category now, but it's 2 broad categories. One is building the product, which is hard, and it's multivariate. That can include design, that can include development, that can include manufacturing, logistics, procurement. It could even be designing and operating a service. It has many, many definitions, but in every industry, there is a definition of the builder. In our tech industry, that's the CTO, it's the programmer, it's the software engineer, hardware engineer. But, you know, even in like a laundry business, it could be the person who's building the laundry service, who is making the trains run on time, who's making sure all the clothes end up in the right place at the right time, and so on. Then the other side of it is the sales side. Again, selling has a very broad definition. Selling doesn't necessarily just mean selling individual customers, but it could mean marketing, it could mean communicating, it could mean recruiting, it could mean raising money, it could mean inspiring people, it could mean doing PR. So it's a broad umbrella category. So generally, the Silicon Valley startup model tends to work best. It's not the only way, but it is probably the most common way. When you have 2 founders, one of whom is world-class at sales and one of whom is world-class at building. An example is, of course, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak with Apple. Gates and Allen probably had similar responsibility early on with Microsoft. Larry and Sergey, probably broke down along those lines, although it's a little different there because that was a very technical product delivered to end users through a simple interface. But generally, you will see this pattern repeated over and over. There's a builder and there's a seller. There's a CEO and CTO combo. And the venture and technology investors are almost trained to look for this combo whenever possible. It's a magic combination. The ultimate is when one individual can do both. That's when you get true superpowers. That's when you get people who can create entire industries. The living example is Elon Musk. He may not necessarily be building the rockets himself, but he understands enough that he actually makes technical contributions he understands the technology well enough that no one's gonna snow him on it, and he's not running around making claims that he doesn't think he can eventually deliver. He may be optimistic for the timelines, but he thinks it's within reasonableness of delivery. Even Steve Jobs developed enough product skills and was involved enough in the product that he also operated in both of these domains. Larry Ellison started as a programmer and I think wrote the first version of Oracle and was actually heavily involved in it. Mark Andreessen was also in this domain. He may not have had enough confidence in his sales skills, but he was the programmer who wrote Netscape Navigator, a big chunk of it. So I think the real giants in any field are the people who can both build and sell. And usually the building is a thing that, like, a salesperson can't pick up building later in life. It requires too much focused time. But a builder can pick up selling a little bit later, especially if they were already innately wired to be a good communicator. Bill Gates famously paraphrased this as, I would rather teach an engineer marketing than a marketer engineering. I think if you start out with a building mentality and you have building skills and it's still early enough in your life, or you have enough focused time that you think you can learn selling and you have some natural characteristics where you're a good salesperson, then you can double down on those. Now, your sales skills could be in a different than traditional domain. So for example, let's say you're a really good engineer, and then people are saying, well, now you need to be good at sales. Well, you may not be good at hand-to-hand sales, but you may be a really good writer. And writing is a skill that can be learned much more easily than, say, in-person selling. And so you may just cultivate writing skills until you become a good online communicator and then use that for your sales. On the other hand, it could just be that you're a good builder and you're bad at writing and you don't like communicating to mass audiences, but you're good one-on-one. So then you might use your sales skills for recruiting or for fundraising, which are more one-on-one kinds of endeavors. This is pointing out that if you're at the intersection of these two, don't despair, because you're not going to be the best technologist and you're not going to be the best salesperson. But in a weird way, that combination, back to the Scott Adams skill stack, that combination of two is unstoppable. Long-term, people who understand the underlying product and how to build it and can sell it, these are catnip to investors. These people can break down walls if they have enough energy, and they can get almost anything done.
If you could only pick one to be good at, which one would you pick?
When you're trying to stand out from the noise, building is actually better because there's so many hustlers and salespeople who have nothing to back them up. When you're starting out, when you're trying to be recognized, building is better. But much later down the line, building gets exhausting because it is a focused job. And it's hard to stay current because there's always new people, new products coming up who have newer tools and frankly more time because it's very intense, it's a very focused task. So sales skills actually scale better over time. Like, for example, if you have a reputation for building a great product, that's good, but when you ship your new product, I'm going to evaluate it based on the product. But if you have a reputation for being a good person to do business with and you're persuasive and communicative, then that reputation almost becomes self-fulfilling. So I think if you only had to pick one, you kind of start with building and then transition to selling. This is a cop-out answer, but I think that is actually the right answer.
Before we go and talk about accountability and leverage and judgment, you've got a few tweets further down the line that I would put in the category of continuous learning. There is no skill called business. Avoid business magazines and business classes. Study microeconomics, game theory, psychology, persuasion, ethics, mathematics, and computers. There's one other comment that you made in the Periscope that was you should be able to pick up any book in the library and read it. And the last tweet in this category was reading is faster than listening, doing is faster than watching.
Yeah, the most important tweet on this, I don't even have it in here, unfortunately, which is the foundation of learning is reading. I don't know a smart person who doesn't read and read all the time. And the problem is, what do I read? How do I read? Because for most people, it's a struggle, it's a chore. So the most important thing is just to learn how to educate yourself. And the way to educate yourself is to develop a love for reading. So the tweet that is left out, the one that I was hinting at, is read what you love until you love to read. It's that simple. Everybody I know who reads a lot loves to read. And they love to read because they read books that they loved. It's a little bit of a catch-22, but you want to start off just reading wherever you are and then keep building up from there until reading becomes a habit. And then eventually you will just get bored of the simple stuff. So you may start off reading fiction, then you might graduate to science fiction, then you may graduate to nonfiction, then you may graduate to science or philosophy or mathematics or whatever it is. But take your natural path and just read the things that interest you until you understand them, and then you'll naturally move to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. Now, there is an exception to this, which is where I was hinting with what things you actually do want to learn, which is at some point there's too much out there to read.
Okay.
And even reading is full of junk. There are actually things you can read, especially early on, that will program your brain a certain way. And then later things that you read, you will decide whether those things are true or false based on the earlier things. So it is important that you read foundational things. And foundational things, I would say, are the original books in a given field that are very scientific in their nature. So, for example, instead of reading a business book, pick up Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. Instead of reading a book on biology or evolution that's written today.
Okay, she missed too many rehearsals, and was dumped from the cast. A time when all the people involved in a play dance practice in order to prepare for a performance. They didn't have time for rehearsal before the performance. Has a producer with three plays in rehearsal. A time when all the people involved in a play dance instead of practice in order to prepare for a performance. A time when all the people involved in a play dance practice in order to prepare for a performance. They didn't have time rehearsal before the performance. Has a producer with 3 plays in rehearsal. Time when all the people involved dance practice in order to prepare for a performance. Okay, he missed too many rehearsals and was dumped from the cast. And was cast. Cast. The actors in a movie play or show. The actors in a movie play or show. Actors. Cast of characters. They play cast of characters on the second page of the program. The actors in a movie play or show. Okay. The actors in a movie play or show. They play cast of characters. Cast. She missed too many rehearsals and was dumped from the cast. Cast. Actors. The actors in a movie play. The actors in a movie play or show. Cast of characters. They plays cast of characters is on the second page of the program. After making two guest appearances, she was promoted to the main cast for the show. Let's show the second. See them. Father. To make the effort to do something, to make the effort to do something. He hadn't even bothered to write. To make the effort to do something. To make the effort to do something. He hadn't even bothered to write. To make the effort to do something. He hadn't even bothered to write. To make the effort to do something. He hadn't even bothered to write. To make the effort to do something. Make an effort. To make the effort to do something. Okay, I can tell you. To make the effort to do something. Okay, who are you and what are you doing? The maker wants to say again. I want to know. Okay, the first question. First of all, why, who you are and what are you doing? From knee out. Okay, I hadn't even bothered to write. Okay, I want even bothered to write. I don't want. Okay, I'm not. I won't even bother to write because it's not value. It's careless. It's not necessary. You know. Okay. You could have fun. You could have fun us, but just didn't bother. Okay. You could have fun us. But you just didn't bother. You could have fun us, but you just didn't bother. Don't bother making the bed. I'll do it later. Don't bother making the bed. I'll do it later. Don't bother making the bed. I'll do it later. You could have fun us, but you just didn't bother. Don't bother making the bed. I'll do it later. You don't have fun. You have fun. You can have fun us, but you just didn't bother. Don't bother making the bed. I'll do it later. You'd have fun if you'd bothered looking. Okay, you could have fun us, but you just didn't bother. Okay, don't bother making the bed. Okay, don't bother making the bed. I'll do it later. You'd have fun if you'd bothered looking. You didn't have bothered looking. Tell me. And have a water for rest, for lunch, for have lunch. The actor in a movie, play or show. Don't bother dry the pants. Don't bother dry the pants. Just leave them to drain. Okay? If you can, you won't get any credit. You won't get any credit for doing it. So why bother? You won't get any credit for doing it. So why bother? Okay, you won't get any credit for doing it. You won't get any credit. You won't get any credit for doing it, so why bother? Can't be bothered. If you can't be bothered doing, if you can't be bothered doing, if you can't be bothered doing, you are too late. If you can be bothered doing, you are too lazy. If you can be bothered doing, you are too lazy. Because if you can be bothered doing, you are too lazy or tired to do it. If you can bother doing, you are too lazy or tired to do it. I can be bothered to iron my clothes. If you can be bothered to do, if you can be bothered doing, you are too lazy or tired to do it. I can be bothered to iron my clothes. If you can be bothered doing, you are too lazy or tired to do it. Unit. Okay. It's okay. You are too lazy. I can be bothered to iron my clothes. I can be bothered to iron my clothes. Okay? If you can be bothered doing, you are too lazy or tired to do it. You can be bothered, you are too lazy. Not well. Too anything. You are too lazy or tired to do it. You can be bothered. I can be bothered. Can't be bothered. If you can't be bothered to, can't be bothered. You are too lazy or tired. You can be bothered to iron. Mad. I can be mad. I can be bothered to iron my clothes. Yes. Meyer. I can be bothered. I can be bothered to iron my clothes. I can be bothered to iron my clothes. 但所有结果决定了他。会面临这些选择权。I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. I can be bothered to iron my clothes. For examples, I don't know why he bothered to beat. I don't know why he bothered to beat his horses. His horses always come in nest. His horses always come in nest. Nest. Coming in nest. I don't know why he bothers to beat. His horses always come in nest. Don't bother trying the pants. Don't bother trying the pants. Don't bother trying the pants. Oh. Don't bother trying the pants. 一杠一。Don't bother trying the pants. Cast. Guest. I don't know why he bothered to beat. His horses always come in nice. Don't bother trying the pants. Contender. I made a contender that is wrong. I made a contender that is wrong, and often has a long handle and a need. Used for cooking things. Used for cooking things on top of stove. Here's the meal. Here's the milk in a small pan. Okay, don't bother drying the pans. Just leave them to dream. Don't bother drying the pans. Just leave them to dream. Drain. Remove liquid. If you drain something, you remove the liquid from it. Usually by pouring it away or allowing it to flow away. And if something drains, liquid flows away or out of them. Remove liquid. Don't bother drying the pans. Just leave them to drain. Don't bother drying the pans. Just leave them to drain. It annoyed me that she didn't bother to phone. It annoyed me that she didn't bother to phone. It annoyed me that she didn't bother to phone. Why bother getting up? Why bother getting up at all? Why bother? Why bother? Why bother getting up at all? Why bother getting up? Why bother? Why bother getting up at all when you don't have a job to go to? When you have a job, when you don't have a job to go to. Why bother getting up? Why bother getting up at all? Why bother getting up at all when you don't have a job to go to? Why bother getting up at all? Why bother getting up at all when you don't have a job to go to? They wanted to a lot of trouble. They went to a lot of trouble. They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party. They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party. But half the guests didn't bother to turn up. They went to a lot of trouble. They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party. They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party. They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party. But half the guests didn't bother to turn up. Okay, they went to a lot of trouble for their They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party, but half the guests didn't bother to turn up. But half the guests didn't bother to turn up. They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party, but half the guests didn't bother to turn up. They went to a lot of trouble for their dinner party, but half the guests didn't bother to turn up. Word. Word up. Worry. To make someone feel worried or upset. Okay? To make someone feel worried or upset. Does it bother you that had out so much of time? Does it bother you that had out so much of the time? Does it bother you that had out so much of the time? Living on my own have never bothered me. To make someone feel worried or upset. Does it bother you that had out so much of the time? Does it bother you that had out so much of the time? Does it bother you that had out so much of the time? Living on my own. Living on my own has never bothered me. Living on my own has never bothered me. I don't care if his don't come. I don't care if he don't come. It don't bother me. It bothers me that he don't seem to notice. Live on my own has never bothered me. I don't care if he don't came. It don't bother me. Did it bother you? That has out so much out of time? Living on my own has never bothered me. Living on my own has never bothered me. Does it bother you that it's out so much of the time? Does it bother you? Does it bother you that he's out so much of the time? Does it bother you that she's out so much of the time? No, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. I don't care. I don't care if she's. I don't care if she don't. I don't care if she don't come. I don't care if she don't come. It bothered me that he don't seem to notice. It bothered me that he don't seem to notice. Living on my own has never bothered me. Okay. To annoy or cause problems for someone. It bothered me that he don't seem to notice. Or to annoy, to cause problems for someone. To annoy or cause problems for someone. Don't bother your father. To annoy or cause problems for someone. To annoy or cause problems or cause problems for someone. To annoy or cause problems for someone. Don't bother your father. Don't bother your father when his work. Don't bother your father when his work. Don't bother your father when his work. Don't bother your father. 我觉得很多时候也有发展的。Sorry for this. Don't bother your father when his work. Don't bother your father when his work. To annoy work has problem for someone. To annoy work has problem for someone. Don't bother your father when he's working. Don't bother your father when he's working. Sorry to bother you. I'm sorry to bother you. But could you help? I'm sorry to bother you. But could you help me lift this suitcase? But could you help me lift this suitcase? Bother someone with something. Bother someone with something. I don't want to bother her. I didn't want to bother her with work. With the work matters on her day off. I didn't want to bother her with work matters on her day off. I didn't want to bother her with the work. I didn't want to bother her with work matters on her day off. The noise was beginning. The noise was beginning to bother us. So we left. The noise was beginning to bother us. So we left.
I would pick up Darwin's Origin of the Species.
Now, that may be very advanced, I would just pick up The Eighth Day of Creation by Watson and Crick. Instead of reading advanced books on what cosmology and what Neil deGrasse Tyson and Stephen Hawking have been saying, you can pick up Richard Feynman's 6 Easy Pieces that start with basic physics. If you understand the basics, especially in mathematics and physics and sciences, then you will not be afraid of any book. All of us have that memory of when we're sitting in class and we're learning mathematics, and it was all logical and all made sense until at one point the class moved too fast and we fell behind. And then after that, we were left memorizing equations, memorizing concepts without being able to derive them from first principles. And at that moment, we were lost. Because unless you're a professional mathematician, you're not going to remember those things. All you're going to remember are the techniques, the foundations. So you have to make sure
that you're building on a steel frame of understanding, because you're putting together a foundation for a skyscraper. And you're not just memorizing things, because if you're just memorizing things, you're lost. So the foundations are ultra important. And the ultimate is when you walk into a library and you look at it up and down and you don't fear any book. You know that you can take any book off the shelf, you can read it, you can understand it, you can absorb what is true, you can reject what is false, and you have a basis for even working that out that is logical and scientific and not purely just based on opinions. The beauty of the internet is the entire Library of Alexandria times 10 is at your fingertips at all times. It's not the means of education or the means of learning are scarce. The means of learning are abundant. It's the desire to learn that's scarce. So you really have to cultivate that desire. And it's not even cultivated, you have to not lose it. Children have a natural curiosity. If you go to a young child who's first learning language, they're pretty much always asking, what's this? What's that? Why is this? Who's that? They're always asking questions. But one of the problems is that schools and our educational system and even our way of raising children replaces curiosity with compliance. And once you replace the curiosity with the compliance, you get an obedient factory worker, but you no longer get a creative thinker. And you need creativity, you need that ability to feed your own brain to learn whatever you want. And to me, foundational things are principles, they're algorithms, they're deep-seated logical understanding where you can defend it or attack it from any angle. And that's why microeconomics is important. Because macroeconomics, a lot of memorization, a lot of macro bullshit, as Nassim Taleb says, it is easier to macro bullshit than it is to micro bullshit. Because macroeconomics is voodoo complex science meets politics. You can't find two macroeconomists to agree on anything these days, and different macroeconomists get used by different politicians to peddle their different pet theories. There are even macroeconomists out there now peddling something called modern monetary theory, which says, hey, except for this pesky thing called inflation, we can just print all the money that we want. Yes, except for this pesky thing called inflation. That's like saying, instead of limited energy, we can fire rockets off into space all day long. It's just nonsense, but the fact that there are people who have macroeconomists in their title and are peddling modern monetary theory just tells you that macroeconomics as a so-called science has been corrupted. It's a branch of politics. So you really want to focus on the foundations. The ultimate foundation are mathematics and logic. If you understand logic and mathematics, then you have the basis for understanding the scientific method. Once you understand the scientific method, then you can understand how to separate truth from falsehood in other fields and other things that you're reading. So be very careful about reading other people's opinions. And even be careful about reading facts, because so-called facts are often just opinions, but with a veneer around them. What you really are looking for is algorithms. What you're really looking for is understanding. It's better to go through a book really slowly and struggle and stumble and rewind than it is to fly through it quickly and say, well, now I've read 20 books, I've read 30 books, I've read 50 books in the field. It's like Bruce Lee said, I don't fear the man who knows 1,000 kicks and 1,000 punches. I fear the man who's practiced one punch 10,000 times or one kick 10,000 times. It's the understanding that comes through repetition and through usage and through logic and foundations that really makes you a smart thinker.
To lay a foundation for learning for the rest of your life, I think you need two things if I was going to try and sum it up. One, practical persuasion, and two, you need to go deep in some technical category, whether it's abstract math or you want to read Donald Knuth's books on algorithms or you want to read Feynman's lectures on physics. If you have practical persuasion and a deep understanding of some complex topic, I think you'll have a great foundation for learning for the rest of your life.
Yeah, if I could expand that a little bit, I would say that the 5 most important skills are, of course, reading, writing, arithmetic, and then as you are adding in persuasion, which is talking, and then finally I would add computer programming, just because it's an applied form of arithmetic that just gets you so much leverage for free in any domain that you operate in. If you're good with computers, if you're good at basic mathematics, if you're good at writing, if you're good at speaking, and if you like reading, you're set for life. So in that sense, business to me is bottom of the barrel. There's no actual skill called business. It's too generic of a thing. It's like a skill called relating, like relating to humans. That's not a skill. It's too broad. So a lot of what goes on in business schools, and there's some very intelligent stuff taught in business schools, I don't mean to distract from them completely, but some of the stuff that's taught in business school is essentially just anecdotes. They call it case studies, but it's just anecdotes. And they're trying to help you pattern match by throwing lots of data points at you, but the reality is you'll never understand them fully until you're actually in that position yourself. Even then, you will find that basic concepts from game theory and psychology and ethics and mathematics and computers and logic will serve you much, much better. So I would focus on the foundations. I would focus with a science bent. I would develop a love for reading, including by reading so-called junk food that you're not supposed to read. You don't have to read the classics. That is the foundation for your self-education.
What did you mean when you said that doing is faster than watching?
When it comes to your learning curve, if you want to optimize your learning curve, one of the reasons why I don't love podcasts, even though I'm a generator of podcasts, is that I like to consume my information very quickly. And now I'm a good reader, a fast reader, and I can read very fast, but I can only listen at a certain speed. I know people listen at 2x, 3x, but everyone sounds like a chipmunk. And it's hard to go back, it's hard to highlight, it's hard to pinpoint snippets and save them in your notebook and so on. Similarly, a lot of people think they can become really skilled at something by watching others do it, or even by reading about others doing it. And going back to business school case studies, that's a classic example. You know, they study other people's businesses, but in reality, you're going to learn a lot more about running a business by operating your own lemonade stand or equivalent, or even opening a little retail store down the street. That is how you're going to learn on the job, because a lot of the subtleties don't express themselves until you're actually running the business. For example, everyone's now into mental models these days, right? You go to Farnham Street, you go to Poor Charlie's Almanac, and you can learn all the different mental models. But which ones matter more? Which ones do you apply more often? Which ones matter in which circumstances? That's actually the hard part. For example, my personal learning has been that the principal agent problem drives so much in this world. It's an incentives problem. You know, I've learned that tit for tat, in Prisoner's Dilemma, is the piece of game theory that is worth knowing the most. You can literally almost put down the game theory book after that. By the way, the best way to learn game theory is to play lots of games. I never even read game theory books. I consider myself extremely good at game theory. I've never opened up a game theory book and found a result in there where I was like, oh yeah, that's common sense to me. Because the reason is I just grew up playing all kinds of games and I ran into all kinds of corner cases with all kinds of friends. And so it's just second nature to me. So you can always learn better by doing on the job. But the doing is a subtle thing. That word doing encapsulates a lot. So for example, let's say I want to learn how to run a business. Well, if I start a business where I go in every day and I'm doing the same thing, let's say I'm running a retail store down the street where I'm stocking the shelves with food and liquor every single day, I'm not going to learn that much because I'm repeating things a lot. So I'm putting in thousands of hours, but there are thousands of hours doing the same thing. Whereas if I was putting in thousands of iterations, that would be different. So the learning curve is across iterations. So if I was trying new marketing experiments in the store all the time, I was constantly changing out the inventory, I was constantly changing out the branding and the messaging, I was constantly changing the sign, I was constantly changing the online channels that I was used to drive foot traffic in, I was experimenting with being open at different hours. If I even had the ability to walk around and talk to other store owners and get in their books and figure out how they're running their business, it's the number of iterations that drives a learning curve. So the more iterations you can have, the more shots on goal you can have, the faster you're going to learn. It's not just about the hours put in. It's actually a combination of the two, but I think just the way we're built and the way that the world presents itself, the world offers us very easily the opportunity to do the same thing over and over and over again. But really, we'd be better served if we went off and found ways to do new things from scratch. And doing something new the first time is painful because you're wandering into uncertain territory and high odds are that you will fail. So you just have to get very, very comfortable with frequent small failures. You know, Nassim Taleb talks about this also. He made his fortune, his wealth, by being a trader who relied upon black swans. Nassim Taleb made money by essentially losing little bits of money every day. And then once in a blue moon, he would make a lot of money when the unthinkable happened for other people. Whereas most people want to make little bits of money every day, and in exchange, they'll tolerate lots of blow-up risk. They'll tolerate going completely bankrupt. We're not evolved to bleed a little bit every day. If you're out in the natural environment and you get a cut and you're literally bleeding a little bit every day, you will eventually die. You have to stop that cut. we're evolved for small victories all the time, but that becomes very expensive. That's where the crowd is. That's where the herd is. So if you're willing to bleed a little bit every day, but in exchange you will win big later, you'll do better. That is, by the way, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs bleed every day. They're not making money. They're losing money. They're constantly stressed out. All the responsibilities upon them, but when they win big. On average, they'll make more.
So why don't we jump into accountability, which I thought was pretty interesting, and I think you have your own unique take on it. So the first tweet on accountability was embrace accountability and take business risks under your own name. Society will reward you with responsibility, equity, and leverage.
Yeah, so to get rich, you're going to need leverage, and leverage comes in labor, it comes in capital, or it can come through code or media. But most of these, like labor and capital, people have to give to you. For labor, somebody has to follow you. For capital, somebody has to give you money or assets to manage or machines. So to get these things, you have to build up credibility, and you have to do those under your own name as much as possible, which is risky. So accountability is a double-edged thing. It allows you to take credit when things go well and to bear the brunt of the failure when things go badly. So in that sense, people who are stamping their names on things aren't foolish, they're just confident. Maybe it turns out to be foolish in the end, but if you look at a Kanye or an Oprah or a Trump or an Elon or anyone like that, these people can get rich just off their name because their name is such powerful branding. Regardless of what you think of Trump, you have to realize that the guy was among the best in the world at just branding his name. Why would you go to Trump Casino? It used to be because of Trump. Why would you go to Trump Tower? Because of Trump. When it came time to vote, I think there were a lot of voters who just went in and said Trump. They recognized the name. So the name recognition paid off. Same thing with Oprah. She puts her brand on something, her name on something, and it flies off the shelves, and it's like instant validator. But these people also take risks for putting their name out there. Obviously, Trump is now probably hated by half or more than half of the country and by a big chunk of the world, but he sticks his name out there. By putting your name out there, you become a celebrity, and fame has many, many downsides. It's better to be anonymous and rich than to be poor and famous, but even famous and rich has a lot of downsides associated with it. You're always in the public eye. So accountability is quite important. When you're working to build a product, or you're working in a team, or you're working in a business, we are constantly drummed into our heads how important it is to be part of a team, and absolutely agree with that. A lot of our training socially is telling us to not stick our necks out of the crowd. There's a saying that I hear from Australian friends that the tall poppy gets cut, right? Don't stick your neck out. But I would say that actually a really, really well-functioning team is small and has clear accountability for each of the different portions. So you can say, okay, this person is responsible for building the product. This person is responsible for the messaging. This person is responsible for raising money. This person is responsible for the pricing strategy and maybe the online advertising. So if somebody screws up, you know exactly who's responsible, while at the same time, if something goes really well, you also know exactly who's responsible. So if you have a small team and you have clearly delineated responsibilities, then you can still keep a very high level of accountability. And accountability is really important because when something succeeds or fails, if it fails, everybody points fingers at each other, and if it succeeds, everybody steps forward to take credit. And we've all had that experience when we were in school, and we got like a group assignment to do, and there were people in there were probably a few people in there who did a lot of the work, and then there were a few people who just did a lot of grandstanding or positioning to do the work. So we're all familiar with this from a childhood sense, but it is uncomfortable to talk about. But clear accountability is important. Without accountability, you don't have incentives. Without accountability, you can't build credibility, but you take risk. So you take risk of failure, you take risk of humiliation, you take risk of failure under your own name, which, luckily in modern society, there's no more debtor's prison and people don't go to jail or get executed for losing other people's money, but we're still socially hardwired to not fail in public under our own names. And the people who have the ability to fail in public under their own names actually gain a lot of power. For example, I'll give a personal anecdote. Up until about 2013, 2014, my public persona was entirely around startups and investing. And only around 2014, 2015 did I start talking about philosophy and psychological things and broader things. And it made me a little nervous because I was doing it under my own name. And there were definitely people in the industry who sent me messages through the back channel like, what are you doing? You're ending your career. This is stupid. And I just went with it. I took a risk. Same with crypto early on. I took a risk. But when you put your name out there, you take a risk with certain things, you also get to reap the rewards, you get the benefits. Accountability is important because that's how you're going to get leverage. That's how you're going to get credibility. It's also how you're going to get equity. You're going to get a piece of the business. When you're negotiating with other people, ultimately, if someone else is making a decision about how to compensate you, that decision will be based on how replaceable you are. And if you have high accountability, that makes you less replaceable, and then they have to give you equity, which is a piece of the upside. But equity itself is a good example because equity is also a risk-based instrument. Equity means you get paid everything after all the people who need guaranteed money are paid back. So if you look at the hierarchy of capital in a company, the employees get paid first. They get to pay the salary first. Like in the legal proceedings, the salaries are sacrosanct. If you are a board member and the company spends too much money and has back salaries to pay, the government will go after you personally to pay back the salaries. So the employees get the most security, but in exchange for that security, they don't have as much upside. Then next in line would be the debt holders, who are maybe the bankers who lent money to the company for operations, and they need to make their fixed coupon every month or every year, but they don't get much more upside beyond that. Now they might be making 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% a year, but that's where their upside is limited to. And then finally are the equity holders, and these people are actually going to get most of the upside. So once the debt holders are paid off and the salaries are paid off, whatever remains goes to them. But if there isn't enough money to ship, if you're steering Google or Apple and your judgment is 10 or 20% better than the next person's, society will literally pay you hundreds of millions of dollars more because you're steering $100 billion ship. If you're on course 10 or 20% of the time more often than the other person, the compounding results on that hundreds of billions of dollars you're managing will be so large that your CEO pay will be dwarfed in comparison. So demonstrated judgment, credibility around the judgment is so critical. Warren Buffett wins here because he has massive credibility. He's been highly accountable. He's been right over and over in the public domain. He's built a reputation for very high integrity, so you can trust him. So a person like that, people will throw infinite leverage behind him because of his judgment. Nobody asks him how hard he works. Nobody asks him when he wakes up or when he goes to sleep. They're like, Warren, just do your thing. So especially demonstrated judgment with high accountability, clear track record is critical.
Let's define judgment. I would define it as knowing the long-term effects of your decisions, or being able to predict the long-term effects of your decisions.
It's funny, my definition of wisdom is knowing the long-term consequences of your actions. So they're not all that different. Wisdom is just judgment on a personal domain. Wisdom applied to external problems, I think, is judgment. So they're highly linked. But yes, it's knowing the long-term consequences of your actions and then making kind of the right decision to capitalize on that. Judgment is very hard to build up. This is where both intellect and experience come in play. There are many problems with the so-called intellectuals in the ivory tower, but one of the reasons why Nassim Taleb rails against them is because they have no skin in the game. They have no real-world experience, right? So they just apply purely intellect. And intellect without any experience is often worse than useless, because you get the confidence that the intellect gives you, and you get some of the credibility, but because you had no skin in the game and you had no real experience and no real accountability, you're just throwing darts. The real world is always far, far more complex than we can intellectualize. And especially all the interesting, fast-moving edge domains and problems, you can't get there without experience. So if you are smart and you iterate fast, so it's not even you put 10,000 hours into something, but you take 10,000 tries at something. If you are smart and you have a lot of quick iterations and you try to keep your emotions out of it, the people with the best judgment are actually among the least emotional. A lot of the best investors are considered almost robotic in that regard, but I wouldn't be surprised if even the best entrepreneurs often come across as unemotional. There is this archetype of the passionate entrepreneur, and yeah, they have to care about what they're doing, but they also have to see very clearly what's actually happening. And the thing that prevents you from seeing what's actually happening are your emotions. Our emotions are constantly clouding our judgment. And in investing or in running companies or in building products or being an entrepreneur, emotions really get in the way. Emotions are what prevent you from seeing what's actually happening until you can no longer resist the truth of what's happening, until it becomes too sudden, and then you're forced into suffering, which is a breaking of this emotional fantasy that you would put together.
To try and connect some of these concepts, I would say that first, you're accountable for your judgment. Judgment is the exercise of wisdom. wisdom comes from experience, and that experience can be accelerated through short iterations.
And the reason why a lot of the top investors, a lot of the value investors, if you read Jeremy Grantham or you read Warren Buffett, you read up on Michael Burry, these people sound like philosophers, or they are philosophers, or they're reading a lot of history books or science books. Like, what are they doing? Shouldn't they be reading investment books? No, investment books are the worst place to learn about investment, because investment is a real world activity that is highly multivariate. All the advantages are always being competed away. It's always on the cutting edge. So what you actually just need is very, very broad-based judgment and thinking. And the best way to do that is to study everything, including a lot of philosophy. And philosophy also makes you more stoic, makes you less emotional, and so you make better decisions, you have better judgment. One simple thing is I go out on Twitter, and it seems like half of Twitter is outrageous something at all times. You can go within someone's Twitter feed and get at least some semblance of what it must be like to be in their head all the time. And the more outraged somebody is, I guarantee you, the worse their judgment is. If someone's constantly tweeting political outrage and seems like an angry person getting into fights, you don't want to hand this person the keys to your car, let alone the keys to your company.
So we covered the skills that you need to get rich. That was specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, judgment, and lifelong learning. Let's talk a little bit about the importance of working hard and valuing your time.
So no one is going to value you more than you value yourself. So you just have to set a very high personal hourly rate, and you have to stick to it. So even since when I was young, I just decided that I was worth a lot more than the market thought I was worth, but I started treating myself that way. So always factor your time into every decision. How much time does it take? Oh, it's going to take me an hour to get across town to get this thing. Well, I value myself at $100 an hour. That's throwing $100 out of my pocket. Am I going to do that? You buy something from Amazon, they screwed it up, you have to return it. Is it worth your time to return it? Is it worth the mental hassle? Keep in mind that you have less work hours, you have less mentally high output hours. Do you want to use them to run errands and solve little problems, or do you want to save them for the big stuff? All the great scientists were terrible at managing their household life. None of them had a clean, organized room, or made all their social events on time or sent their thank you cards. You can spend your life however you want, but if you want to get rich, it has to be your number one overwhelming desire, which means that it has to come before anything else, which means you can't be penny pinching. This is what people don't understand. You can penny pinch your way to a basic sustenance. You can keep your expenses low, maybe retire early and not spend too much, and that's perfectly valid. But we're here to talk about wealth creation. And if you're going to do that, then that has to be your number one overwhelming priority. So fast forward to your wealthy self and pick some intermediate hourly rate. For me, believe it or not, back when you could have hired me, which now obviously you can't, but back when you could have hired me, and this was true a decade ago or even 2 decades ago before I had any real money, my hourly rate, I used to say to myself over and over, is $5,000 an hour. Today, when I look back, really it was about $1,000 an hour. And of course, I still ended up doing stupid things like arguing with the electrician or returning the broken speaker, but I shouldn't have. And I did it a lot less than any of my friends would. And I would make a theatrical show out of throwing something in the trash pile or giving it to Salvation Army rather than trying to return it, or handing something to people rather than trying to fix it. I would argue with my girlfriends, and even today to my wife, like, I don't do that. That's not a problem that I solve. I still argue that with my mother when she hands me like little to-dos. I just don't do that. I would rather hire you an assistant. And this was true even when I didn't have money. Another way of thinking about something is that if you can outsource something, or not do something for less than your hourly rate, outsource it or don't do it. So if you can hire someone to do it for less than your hourly rate, hire them. That even includes things like cooking. Now, you may want to eat your healthy home-cooked meals, but if you can outsource it, do that instead. And I know some people will say, well, what about the joy of life, and what about getting it right just your way? Sure, you can do that, but you're not going to be wealthy, because now you've made something else a priority. Paul Graham said it pretty well for Y Combinator startups. He said you should be working on your product and getting product market fit, and you should be exercising and eating healthy. Like, that's about it. That's kind of all you have time for while you're on this mission. So set a very high hourly aspirational rate for yourself and stick to it. And it should seem and feel absurdly high. If it doesn't, it's not high enough. And whatever you picked, my advice to you would be raise it. Like I said, for myself, even before I had money, for the longest time, I used $5,000 an hour. And if you extrapolate that out into what looks like an annual salary, it's multiple millions of dollars per year. Ironically, I actually think I've beaten it. When I look back, because I'm not the hardest working person, I'm actually kind of a lazy person. So I work through bursts of energy where I'm really motivated with something. So if I actually look at how much I've earned per actual hour that I put in, it's probably quite a bit higher than that. So let's talk about hard work. There's this battle that happens on Twitter a lot between should you work harder and should you not. Like David Hauser's on there saying it's like you're slave driving people, and Keith Rabois is always on there saying like, no, all the great founders work their fingers to the bone. And they're talking past each other. First of all, they're talking about two different things. David is talking about employees in a lifestyle business, which is fine. Your number one thing in life, if you're doing that, is not getting wealthy. You have a job, you also have your family, you also have your life. But Keith is talking about the Olympics of startups. He's talking about the person going for the gold medal and trying to build a multi-billion-dollar public company. That person has to get everything right. They have to have great judgment, they have to pick the right thing to work on, they have to recruit the right team, and they have to work crazy hard because they're basically engaged in a competitive sprint. So if getting wealthy is your goal, you are going to have to work as hard as you can. But hard work is absolutely no substitute for who you work with and what you work on. What you work on is probably the most important thing. Finding product market founder fit, to expand on Mark Andreessen's definition, he came with product market fit, but I would add product market founder fit, which is how well you are personally suited to that business. The combination of that three, that should be your overwhelming goal. And you can save yourself a lot of time if you pick the right area to work in. Picking the right people to work with is the next most important piece. And then third comes how hard you work. But they're like three legs of a stool. If you shortchange on any one of them, the whole stool is going to fall down. So it's not like you can pick one over the other that easily. So the order of operations when you're building a business is, or even building your career, is first figure out what should I be doing? What is something where there is a market that is emerging, there's a product that I can build that I'm excited to work on, and something where I have specific knowledge and I'm really into it. And then second, surround yourself with the best people possible.
Okay. The noise was beginning to bother us, so we left. The noise was beginning to bother us, so we left. She threatened to call. She threatened to call the police. She threatened to call the police if he didn't stop bothering her. Okay. I didn't want bother someone with something. I didn't want to bother her with the work matter on her day off. On her day off. Noise problem something. To forecast problem for someone. Don't bother your father when you have work. Okay? Threatened. Bother her, threatened. In danger were likely to stop exist. Threatened. In danger were likely to stop exist. Threatened. Okay, she threatened to call. She threatened to call the police if I didn't stop bothering her. Please, bothering her. Okay. Trouble or problem. I can take you there. I can take you there. It's really no bother. Okay, trouble or problem. I can take you. I can take you there. It's really no bother. It's really no bother. Please don't go to any other. Please don't go to any other on my account. Please don't go to any bother on my account. Please don't go to any bother on my account. Okay, please don't trouble or problems. I can take you there. I can take you there. It's really no bother. Please don't go to any bother. Please don't go to any bother on my account. Don't make any special effort. Don't make any special effort for me. Don't make any special effort for me. Please don't go to any bother on my account. Please don't go to any bother on my account. Please don't go to any bother on my account. Please don't go to any bother on my account. Please don't go to any bother on my account. Don't make any special effort for me. I had a bit of bother. I had a bit trouble or problem. I can take you there. It's really no bother. I can take you there. Please don't go to any bother on my account. Okay, I had a bit of bother. Getting hold of his phone number. I had a bit of bother getting hold of his phone number. Okay, horrible. Very unpleasant or bad. He was horrible. He was horrible cold. Very unpleasant or bad. He has a horrible cold. What's that horrible smell? What's that horrible smell? That was a horrible thing to say. Very shocking and frightening. Very shocking and frightening. That was a horrible thing to say. Okay? Horrible. Very shocked and frightened. A horrible crime. Shocking. Very shocking. Offensive, upsetting, or immoral. The six sense in the book were considered, were shocked at the time when it was polished. Offensive, upsetting, or immoral. The six senses in the book were considered more shocking at the time when it was published. There are few crimes more truly shocking than the murder or abuse of children. Offensive, upsetting, or immoral. Shocking. It was very shocking and frightened. Very shocking and frightened. Very shocking. Shocking and frightened. Very shocking and frightened. Frightened. Okay, frightened. Make you feel fear. were shocking and frightening. A horrible crime, a horrible frightening. Make you fear, make you fear, make you fear. Frighten, make you feel fear. Horrible, very shocking, very shocking. Offensive, upsetting, or more shocking, 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 shocking,
shocking,
shocking. Offensive, upsetting, upsetting, or more, or immoral. Offensive, upsetting, offensive, upsetting, offensive, upsetting. Very shock, very shock, very shock, very shocking, very shock and frightening, very shock and frightening. A horrible crime, horrible crime. More examples, more examples. What earthly reason, what earthly reason, what earthly reason. Okay, we're unpleasant or bad. He has a horrible coat. 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 What's that horrible smell? What's that? What's that? What's that horrible smell? That was a horrible thing to see. We're shocking and frightened. We are frightened. A horrible crime. A horrible crime. For example, what earthly reason? What earthly reason can? What earthly reason can she have for being so horrible to you? This sight was so horrible. This sight was so horrible that I had to turn away. This sight was so horrible that I had to turn away. Why should anyone want to eat something so horrible? Why should anyone want to eat something so horrible? I refuse to live under the same roof as that horrible man. And that horrible man. I refuse to live under the same roof as that horrible man. I refuse to live under the same roof as that horrible man. I refuse to live under the same roof as that horrible man. I refuse to live under the same. I refuse to live under the same roof as that horrible man. Why should anyone want to eat something? Why should anyone want to eat something so horrible? Why should anyone want something so horrible? She's horrible. I want to know. Reading wild. Evidently, she was playing. Didn't you listen to this song? To suddenly go, okay, foul. This side was so horrible that I had to turn away. That I had to turn away. This sight was so horrible that I had to turn away. This set was so horrible that I had to turn away. Why should anyone want to eat something so horrible? Why should anyone want to eat something so horrible? Why should anyone want to eat something so horrible? I refuse to live under the same roof. I refuse to live under the same roof and that horrible. I refuse to live under the same roof and that horrible man. I refuse to live under the same roof and that horrible man. Foul. To suddenly go down onto the ground, or toward the ground, or toward. Frighten. Toward. In that same?
Toward.
Okay? Yeah. Or toward the ground. To suddenly go down onto the ground or toward the ground with intending or by accident intending as a plan or as a plan. To suddenly go down onto the ground or toward the ground without intending to or by accident. They pass the verse steep. So be careful you don't fall. To suddenly go down onto the ground or toward the ground without intending to or by accident. They pass the verse steep. They pass the verse steep. So be careful you don't fall. So be careful you don't fall. They pass the verse steep. So be careful you don't fall. Okay. No. I'm not. I don't like it. So because don't fall. He fell badly and broken his neck and broke. He fell badly and broke his neck. Athletes had to learn how to fall without hurting themselves. Athletes had to learn. Wait, I have to learn how to fall without hurting myself. I need to learn. Athletes. A person. Athlete.
athlete,
athlete, athletes, athletes. A person who is very good at sports or physical exercise, especially one who competes in workplace events.
Athletes,
The athletes,
athlete,
Neat. Athletes,
athlete,
athletes, 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 ath- a- ath- athletes have to learn how to fall without hurting themselves. Okay, fall down. I fail. I fail. I fell down these stairs. I fell down these stairs. I fell down these stairs. And injured my back. I fell down these stairs and injured my back. I fell down these stairs and injured my back. I fell down the stairs and injured my back. The object appeared. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. The water is deep here. So don't fall in. The water is deep here. The water is deep here. So don't fall in. The water is deep here, so don't fall in. The water is deep here, so don't fall in. She slipped and fell on the ice. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. The object appeared to have fallen from a great height. The water is deep here. The water is deep here, so don't fall in. The water is deep here. The water is deep here. Okay. Detect. Okay. The water is deep here, so don't fall in. She slipped and fell on the ice. She slipped and fell fell. She slipped and fell on the ice. 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 He fell into the river. He fell into the river. He fell into the river and had to be rescued. Okay, she fell into the river and had to be rescued. Had to be. I had to be rescued. Risk. To help someone or something out of dangerous. Okay, dangerous. Out of a dangerous. To help someone or something out of a dangerous, harmful or unpleasant situation. Okay. So okay. He fell into the river and had to be rescued. I fell off my back and scraped my knee. I fell off my back and scraped my knee. Scraped my knee. Dangerous. Scraped. To remove or unwanted. To remove an unwanted covering or a top layer from something, especially using a sharp edge or something rough. Remove. Scrape. Okay. I fell off my back and scraped my knee. I fell off my back and scraped my knee. He was learning out of the window. He was learning out of the window and almost fell out. He was learning out of the window and almost fell out. He was leaning out. Leaning. A particular set of beliefs, opinions, etc. that someone prefers. Leaning. Okay. She was leaning out of the window and she was. Okay. He was leaning out of the window and almost fell out. He was leaning out of the window and almost fell out. He was leaning out of the window and almost fell out. He was leaning out of the window and almost fell out. I fell off my back. I fell off my back and scraped my knee. He was leaning out of the window and almost fell out. He was leaning out of the window and almost fell out. He was leaning out of the window and almost fell out. She fell under a bus. She fell under a bus. She was leaning out of the window and almost fell out. She fell under a bus and was killed instantly. He was killed and was killed instantly. And he fell under a bus. He fell under a bus and was killed instantly. He was killed instantly. She fell under a bus and was killed instantly. She fell 20 feet. She fell 20 feet to the bottom of the ravine. She fell 20 feet. 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 She fell 20 feet to the bottom of the ravine. She fell 20 feet to the bottom of the ravine. A deep narrow valley with steep side. Okay, let me say ravine. Okay, ravine. Fall to your death. He fell to his death. Climbing. He fell to his death climbing the Matterhorn. He fell to his death climbing the Matterhorn. Fall flat on your face. To fall and land with your face down. Fall flat on your face. To fall and land with your face down. To fall and land with your face down. Okay. Percussive fell flat on her in the mud. Okay, mud. Percussive fell flat on her in the mud.
Mud.
Percussive fell flat on her in the mud. Percussive fell flat on her in the mud. Percussive fell flat on her in the mud. Hold onto the rail. So that you don't fall onto the rail. Okay. Percussive fell flat on her in the mud. Percussive fell flat on her in the mud. Hold onto the rail so that you don't fall. Okay, hold onto the. Percussive fell flat on her in the mud. Percussive fell flat on her. Percussive fell flat on her in the mud. Hold onto the rail so that you don't fall. Hold onto the rail so that you don't so that you don't fall. Kathy fell flat on her in the mud. Hold onto the rail so that you don't fall. Hold onto the rail so that you don't fall. Okay, fall flat on your face. Fall flat on your faces. To fall and land with your face down. Poor Kathy fell flat on her in the mud. Hold onto the rail. Hold onto the rail so that you don't fall. So hold onto the rail so that you don't fall. Okay, poor Kathy fell flat.
And no matter how high your bar is, raise your bar, because you can never be working with other people who are great enough. If there's someone greater out there to work with, you should go work with them. I advise a lot of people who are looking at which startup to join in Silicon Valley. I say basically pick the one that's going to have the best alumni network for you in the future. Look at the PayPal mafia. They work with a bunch of geniuses, so they all got rich. So just try and pick based on the highest intelligence, energy, and integrity people that you can find. And then finally, once you've picked the right thing to work on and the right people to work with, then you work as hard as you can. This is where the mythology gets a little crazy. People work 80, 120-hour weeks. A lot of that's just status signaling. It's showing off. Nobody really works 80 to 120 hours a week sustained at high output with mental clarity. Your brain breaks down. You just won't have good ideas. So really the way people tend to work most effectively, especially in knowledge work, is they sprint as hard as they can while they're working on something and they're inspired and they're passionate, and then they rest, they take long breaks. It's more like a lion hunting and much less like a marathon runner running. So you sprint, then you rest, you reassess, and then you try again. And what you end up doing is you end up building a marathon of sprints. Nivi just made the point to me on the side that inspiration is perishable, which is a very good point. When you have your inspiration, do it right then and there. This happens to me a lot with my tweet storms. I've actually come up with a whole bunch of additional tweet storms besides the ones that are already out there, but sometimes I just hesitate or I just pause and then it just dies. And what I've learned is if I'm inspired to write a blog post or to publish a tweet storm, I should probably do it right away. Otherwise, it's not going to get out there. I won't come back to it. So inspiration is a beautiful and powerful thing, and when you have it, just seize it. So people talk about impatience. When do you know to be impatient? When do you know to be patient? My glib tweet on this was impatience with actions and patience with results. And I think that's actually a good philosophy for life. Anything you have to do, just get it done. Why wait? You're not getting any younger. Your life is slipping away. You don't want to spend it waiting in line. You don't want to spend it traveling back and forth. You don't want to spend it doing things that you know ultimately aren't part of your mission. And when you do them, you want to do them as quickly as you can while you do them well with your full attention. But then you just have to give up on the results. You have to be patient with the results because you're dealing with complex systems, you're dealing with lots of people. It takes a long time for markets to adopt products. It takes time for people to get comfortable working with each other. It takes time for great products to emerge as you polish away. So impatience with actions, patience with results. And as Nivi said, inspiration is perishable. So when you have inspiration, act on it right then and there. If I have a problem that I discover in one of my businesses that needs to be solved, I won't sleep until at least the resolution is in motion. And this is just a personal failing, but if I'm on the board of a company, I'll call the CEO. If I'm running the company, I'll call my reports. If I'm responsible, I'll get on there right then and there and solve it. If I don't solve a problem the moment it happens, or I don't start moving towards solving it the moment it happens, I have no peace. I have no rest. I have no happiness until that problem is solved. So solve it as quickly as possible. I literally won't sleep until it's solved. Maybe that's a personal characteristic, but it's worked out well in business. We squander our time with the death of 1,000 cuts. So another tweet I had was, you should be too busy to do coffee while still keeping an uncluttered calendar. People who know me know that I'm famous for simultaneously doing two things. One is having a very clean calendar. I have almost no meetings on it, and there are people that I meet with when they see my calendar, they almost weep. While at the same time, I am busy all the time. I'm always doing something. And it's usually quote-unquote work-related, but it is whatever the highest impact thing is that needs to be done at that time and that I'm most interested and inspired about. But the only way to do that is to constantly, ruthlessly decline meetings. People want to do coffee and build relationships, and that's fine early in your career when you're still exploring, but later in your career when you're exploiting and there are more things coming at you than you have time for, you have to ruthlessly cut meetings out of your life. If someone wants to do a meeting, see if you can do it with a phone call instead. If they want to do a phone call, see if they can do it with an email instead. If they want to do it with email, see if they can do it with a text message instead. If they're text messaging, you should probably be ignoring most text messages unless they're true emergencies. So one has to be utterly ruthless about dodging meetings. When you do meetings, do walking meetings, do standing meetings, keep them short, keep them actionable, keep them small. Any meeting with 8 people and sitting at a conference table, nothing is getting done in that meeting. You're literally just dying 1 hour at a time.
Doing coffee reminds me of an old quote, I think, from Steve Jobs when they asked him, hey, why doesn't Apple come to conventions? Or why don't you come to my convention? And his response was, well, then because we wouldn't be here working.
Yeah, I used to have a tough time turning people down for meetings, but now I just tell them outright. I just say, look, I don't do non-transactional meetings. I don't do meetings without a strict agenda. I don't do meetings unless we absolutely have to. Nivi used to do this. He would email people when they would ask Nivi and I for a meeting, like coffee meeting, get to know you. He would say, we don't do meetings unless it's life and death urgent. And then that person has to respond, yeah, it's life and death urgent, or there's no meeting. When you have something important or something valuable, other busy, interesting people will meet with you. Your calling card has to be, hey, here's what I've done, here's what I can show you, let's meet and I'll be respectful of your time if this is useful to you. And I find that there are very busy, important people who will take your meeting, but you have to come with a proper calling card. All the people who tweet and who email famous or rich people saying, hey, if I could just get one meeting with you, and they're vague about it, they're not going to get anywhere in life. You have to build up the credibility. When, for example, an investor in the tech business and the venture business looks at a startup, the first thing they want to see is they want to see some evidence of product progress. They don't just want to even see a slide deck, they want to see product progress. Because the product progress is the resume for the entrepreneur. It is the unshakable, unfakeable resume. So you have to do the work. To use a crypto analogy, you have to have proof of work. If you have proof of work and you truly have something interesting, then you shouldn't hesitate to put it together in an email and send it to somebody. But even then, when you're asking for a meeting, you want to be super actionable about it. But I would say even on the other side, even if you yourself haven't made it yet, if you think you're going to make it by going out and networking and doing a whole bunch of meetings, you're probably in for it. Yes, networking can be important early in your career. And yes, you can get serendipitous with meetings, but the odds are pretty low. And as we spent time talking about earlier, when you are just meeting people and hoping to get that lucky break, you're relying on type 1 luck, which is blind luck, and type 2 luck, which is hustle luck. But what you're not getting is type 3 or type 4 luck, which are the better kinds, where you spend time developing a reputation, working on something, developing a unique point of view, and being able to spot opportunities that others can't. A busy calendar and a busy mind will destroy your ability to do great things in this world. If you want to be able to do great things, whether you're a musician or whether you are an entrepreneur or whether you're an investor, you need free time and you need a free mind.
We just finished talking about the importance of working hard and valuing your time. Next, there's a few tweets on the topic of working for the long term. The first tweet is, become the best in the world at what you do. Keep redefining what you do until this is true.
If you really want to get paid in this world, you want to be number one at whatever it is that you're doing. And it can be niche, that's the point. It can literally be you're getting paid for just being you. You know, at this point, some of the more successful people in the world are that way. Oprah gets paid for being Oprah. Joe Rogan gets paid for being Joe Rogan. And they're being authentic to themselves. So what this tweet is trying to say simultaneously is that you want to be number one, but you want to keep changing what you do until you're number one. You can't just pick something arbitrary. You can't say, I'm going to be the fastest runner in the world, and now you got to beat Usain Bolt. That's too hard of a problem. But what you can do is you can keep changing what your objective is until it arrives to your specific knowledge, your skill sets, your position, your capabilities, your location, your interests, and then converges to making you number one. So when you're searching for what to do, you actually have two different foci that you have to keep in mind at all points. And one of those is, I want to be the best at what I do. And the second is, what I do is flexible so that I am the best at it, until you arrive at a comfortable place where you're like, yes, this is something I can be amazing at while still being authentic to who I am. And this is not going to be an overnight discovery. It's going to be a long journey, but at least you know how to think about it. The most important thing for companies to find product market fit, I would say the most important thing for an entrepreneur is to find founder product market fit, where you are naturally inclined to build the right product which has a market. And that's a three focus problem, which is you got to make all three of those work at once. If you want to be successful in life, you just have to get comfortable managing multivariate problems, multiple objective functions at once. And this is one of those cases where you have to map at least two or three at once.
This reminds me of your tweet about escaping competition through authenticity. It sounds like part of this is a search for who you are.
It's both a search and a recognition. Because sometimes when we search our egos, we want to be something that we aren't. And our friends and family are better at telling us actually who we are. Or looking back at what we've done is a better indicator of who we are. Peter Thiel talks a lot about how competition is besides the point. It's counterproductive. We're highly mimetic creatures. We copy what everybody else is doing around us. We copy our desires from them. Everyone around me is a great artist. I want to be an artist. If everyone around me is a great business person, I want to be a business person. Everybody around me is a social activist. I want to be a social activist. That's where my self-esteem will come from. You have to be a little careful when you get caught up in these status games that you end up competing over things that aren't worth competing over. So Peter Thiel talks about how he was going to be a law clerk because he was in law school and everybody around him wanted to be a law clerk for a Supreme Court justice or some famous judge, and he got rejected, and that's what made him go into business. So it helped him break out of a lesser game into a greater game. So sometimes you just get trapped in the wrong game because you're competing. And the best way to escape competition, to get away from the specter of competition, which is not just stressful and nerve-wracking, but will often drive you to just the wrong answer. The way to escape competition is to just be authentic to yourself. If you are fundamentally building and marketing something that is just an extension of who you are, no one can compete with you on that. Who's going to compete with Joe Rogan or Scott Adams? It's impossible. Is somebody else going to come along and write a better Dilbert? No. Is someone going to compete with Bill Watterson and create a better Calvin and Hobbes? No. They're being authentic. This is easiest to see in art. Artists are by definition all naturally authentic. But even entrepreneurs are authentic. Who's going to be Elon Musk? Who's going to be Jack Dorsey? These people are authentic, and the businesses and products that they create are authentic to their desires and their means. If somebody else came along and started launching rockets, I don't think it would faze Elon one bit. He's still going to get to Mars because that's his mission, insane as it seems. That's the one he set for himself, and he's going to accomplish it. So authenticity naturally gets you away from competition. It doesn't mean that you necessarily want to be authentic to the point where there's no product market fit. It may turn out you're the best juggler on the unicycle, but maybe there just isn't that much of a market for that even with YouTube videos. So you got to adjust that somehow until you find product market fit, but at least lean towards authenticity, towards getting away from competition, and competition automatically leads towards copycatting and often towards just playing completely the wrong game. Especially in entrepreneurship, the masses are never right. If you see a lot of people tweeting about what a great market to enter is, or you see journalists talking about a company is terrible, they don't know anything. If the masses knew how to build great things and create great wealth, we'd all already be done. We'd all already be rich by now. So in a sense, when you see a lot of competition, sometimes that indicates to you that the masses are already here, so it's already competed over too much and there's nothing here, or it's in the wrong trend to begin with. On the other hand, if it's completely empty, if the whole market is empty and no one's there, that can also be a warning indicator that you've gone too authentic and not enough on the product market fit part of founder product market fit. So there's a balance. You have to find it. But generally, most people will make the mistake of paying too much attention to the competition and being too much like the competition and not being authentic enough. And the great founders tend to be authentic iconoclasts.
I hate to bring up the Scott Adams skill stack one more time, but I'll still bring it up. Do you think one way of getting to authenticity is not necessarily adding some random skills that you think might be important, but just really finding 5 or 6 various skills that you already authentically do and just stacking them on top of each other, and not even in any purposeful way? If you are expressing who you are, you're going to be expressing all these little 5 or 6 different skills anyway.
That's really where life is going to lead you anyway. Long term, if you are good and successful at what you do, you will find that whatever your hobbies were, you're almost doing them for a living. As Robert Frost said, combine your vocation and your avocation, what you love to do and what you do. So I think you'll find yourself there anyway. And you're right about the skill stack, and that everyone's got multiple skills. We aren't all one-dimensional creatures, even though that's how we have to portray ourselves in our online profiles to get employed. You meet somebody and they say, I'm a banker, or I'm a bartender, or I'm a barber, or what have you, all the B's. But people are multivariate. They have a lot of skills. One banker might be good at finance, another one might be good at sales, a third one might be just good at macroeconomic trends and have a feel for the markets. Another one might be really good at picking individual stocks. Another one might just be good at maintaining relationships rather than selling new relationships. So everyone's going to have their various niches, and you're going to have multiple niches. It's not going to be just one. So over time, you will find, as you go through your career, both you will gravitate toward the things that you're good at, which by definition are almost the things you enjoy doing, otherwise you wouldn't be good at them, you wouldn't have put in the time. And other people will push you towards the things that you're good at, because your smart bosses and your smart coworkers and your smart investors will realize, okay, you're really world-class in this thing, and you recruit somebody else for that other thing. So ideally, you want to end up specializing in being you.
I think when you're being authentic, you don't really mind competition that much. Yeah, it pisses you off and it inspires some fear and jealousy and all the other emotions that come along with it. But also you don't really mind because you're more oriented towards the goal and the mission. And worst case, you get some ideas from them. And there's often ways to work with the competition in a positive way. And it ends up increasing the size of the market for you.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on the nature of the business. Silicon Valley tech industry businesses tend to be winner take all, at least the good ones. And so when you see competition, it can make you fly into a rage because it really does endanger everything you've built. Whereas if I was opening a restaurant and a more interesting version of the same restaurant opens up in a different town, that's fantastic. I'm just going to lift from them what's working and drop what I can see that they have already figured out is not working. So it does depend to some extent on the nature of the business. That said, even the businesses that seem like that they are often in direct competition really aren't. They can end up adjacent or slightly different. You're one step away from a completely different business, and sometimes you need to take that one step, and you're not going to be able to take it if you're busy fighting over a booby prize. You're playing a stupid game and you're going to win a stupid prize, and it's not obvious right now because you're blinded by competition, but 3 years from now it'll be obvious. To give a simple example, when I was first starting companies, one of my first ones was called Epinions, which was an online product review site for all the products out there that was independent of Amazon. And that space eventually turned into TripAdvisor and Yelp, which is where we should have gone. We should have done more local reviews because there's more value to having a review of a scarce item like in your local restaurant than it is of an item like a camera, which is going to have 1,000 reviews on Amazon. But before we could get there, we got caught up in the whole comparison shopping game. And so we ended up merging with Deal Time, and we competed with MySimon and BizRate, which became Shopzilla, and Price Grabber and Nextag, and a whole bunch of these price comparison engines. And we're all caught in fierce competition with each other, and that whole space went to zero because it turns out Amazon won e-tail completely. So there was no need for price comparison. Everyone just went to Amazon. But we got the booby prize because we were caught in a competition with a bunch of our peers, when really we should have been looking at what the consumer really wanted and being authentic to ourselves, which was reviews and not price comparison, and gone more and more into more and more esoteric items that needed to be reviewed where customers had less and less data and wanted reviews more badly. So if we'd stayed authentic to ourselves, we would have done better.
We're still talking about working for the long term. The next tweet on that topic is apply specific knowledge with leverage, and eventually you will get what you deserve. I would also add to that, apply judgment, apply accountability, and apply the skill of reading.
This one is just a glib way of saying that it takes time. Even once you have all of these pieces in place, there is an indeterminate amount of time that you're going to have to put in. And if you're counting, you will run out of patience before it actually arrives. So you just have to make sure that you give these things a proper time. Life is long. Charlie Munger had some line on this. Somebody asked him about making money, and he reinterpreted that. And he said, what the questioner is actually asking is, how do I get rich like you but faster before I end up as a really old guy? And everybody wants it immediately, but the world is an efficient place. Immediate doesn't work. You do have to put in the time. You do have to put in the hours. And so I think you just have to put yourself in the position with the specific knowledge, with the accountability, with the leverage, with the authentic skill set that you have to be the best in the world at what you do. And then you have to enjoy it and just keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it, and don't keep track and don't keep count. Because if you do, you will run out of time. I can look back at my career and the people 2 decades ago that I had identified as brilliant and hardworking but hadn't thought much more about it, they're all successful now, almost without exception. On a long enough time scale, you do get paid, but it can easily be 10 or 20 years. Sometimes it's 5, and if it's 5 or 3 and a friend of yours got there, it can drive you insane. But those are exceptions, and for every winner, there's multiple failures. One thing that's important in entrepreneurship is you just have to be right once. You get many, many shots on goal. You can take a shot on goal every 3 to 5 years, maybe every 10 at the slowest, or once every year at the fastest, depending on how you're iterating with startups. But you really only have to be right once.
My little equation is that your eventual outcome will be equal to something like the distinctiveness of your specific knowledge times how much leverage you can apply to that knowledge times how often your judgment is correct times how singularly accountable you are for the outcome times how much society values what you're doing. And then you compound all of that with how long you can keep doing it and how long you can keep improving it through reading and learning.
That's actually a really good way to summarize it. It's probably worth even trying to sketch that equation out. That said, people try to then apply mathematics to what is really philosophy. So I've seen this happen in the past where I say one thing and then I say another thing that seems contradictory if you treat it as a math equation, but it's obviously in a different context. And then people will say, well, you say that desire is suffering, it's the Buddhist saying, and then you say that all greatness comes from suffering, so does that mean all greatness comes from desire? It's like, well, this isn't math, people. You can't just start carrying variables around and forming absolute logical outputs. You have to know when to apply things. So I think that is very useful to understand, but at the same time, one can't get too analytical about it. It's what a physicist would call false precision. When you take 2 made-up estimates and you multiply them together and then you get 4 degrees of precision, those decimal points don't actually count. You don't have that data. You don't have that knowledge. In a model, the more estimated variables you have, the greater the error in the model. So just adding more and more complexity to your decision-making process actually gets you a worse answer. You're better off just picking the single biggest thing or 2. For example, what am I really good at according to observation and according to people that I trust, that the market values? Like that alone, those 2 variables alone are probably good enough. Because if you're good at it, you'll keep it up. And if you're good at it, you'll develop the judgment. And if you're good at it and you like to do it, eventually people will give you the resources and you won't be afraid to take on accountability. So all the other pieces will fall in place. Product market fit is inevitable if you're doing something you love to do and the market wants it.
Regarding the guy that gets rich in 5 years, one of the tweets that you had on the cutting room floor was, avoid people who got rich quickly. They're just giving you their winning lottery ticket numbers.
This is generally true of advice anyway, which is, it's back to Scott Adams, systems, not goals. If you ask a specific person what worked for them, very often it's just like they're reading out the exact set of things that work for them, which may not be applicable for you. They're just reading their winning lottery ticket numbers. It's a little glib. There is something to be learned from them, but you can't just take their exact circumstance and map it onto yours. The best founders I know, they listen and read to everyone, but then they ignore everybody and they make up their own mind. They have their own internal model of how to apply things to their situation, and they do not hesitate to discard information. If you survey enough people, all the advice will cancel to zero. So you do have to have your own point of view, and when something is sent your way, you have to very quickly decide, is that true? Is that true outside of the context of what that person applied it in? Is it true in my context? And then, do I want to apply it? You have to reject most advice, but you have to listen to and read enough of it to know what to reject and what to accept. Even in this podcast, you should examine everything. If something does not feel true to you, put it down, set it aside. If too many things seem untrue, delete this podcast.
I think the most dangerous part of taking advice is that the person that gave it to you is not going to be around to tell you when it doesn't apply any longer.
Yeah, I view the purpose of advice as a little different than most people. I just view it as helping me have anecdotes and maxims that I can then later recall when I have my own direct experience and say, that's what that person meant. 90% of my tweets are actually just maxims that I carve for myself that are then little mental hooks to remind me when I'm in that situation again, like, oh, I'm the one who tweeted, if you can't see yourself working with someone for life, then don't work with them for a day. So as soon as I know that this person is not going to be someone that I'm going to be working with 10 years from now, then I have to start extricating myself from that relationship or just not investing that much more effort into it. So I use my tweets and other people's tweets as maxims that help compress my own learnings and be able to recall them. Because, the brain space is finite. You have finite neurons. So you can almost think of these as pointers, addresses, mnemonics to help you remember deep-seated principles where you have the underlying experience to back it up. If you don't have the underlying experience, then it just reads like a collection of quotes. It's like, it's cool, it's inspirational for a moment, maybe you make a nice poster out of it, but then you forget it and move on. So all of these are really just compact ways for you to recall your own knowledge.
The last tweet on the topic of working for the long term is that when you're finally wealthy, you'll realize that it wasn't what you were seeking in the first place. But that's for another day.
That's a multi-hour topic in of itself. First of all, I just thought it was a really clever way to end the whole thing, because it disarms a whole set of people who'd say, well, what's the point of getting rich? Because there are a lot of people who just like the status signal, virtue signal against the idea of wealth creation or making money. So it was just a good way to disarm all of them. But it's also true in that the things that you really want in life, yes, money will solve all your money problems, but it doesn't get you everywhere. The first thing you'll realize when you've made a bunch of money is that you're still the same person. If you're happy, you're happy. If you're unhappy, you're unhappy. If you're calm and fulfilled and peaceful, you're still that same person. I know lots of very rich people who are extremely out of shape. I know lots of rich people who have really bad family lives. I know lots of rich people who are internally a mess. So I would lean on another tweet that I put out, which is actually, when I think back on it, I think it's my favorite tweet of mine. It's not necessarily the most insightful, it's not necessarily the most helpful, it's not even the one I think about the most, but when I look at it, there's just such a certain truth in there that it just resonates. And that is that a calm mind, a fit body, and a house full of love, these things cannot be bought, they must be earned. Even if you have all the money in the world, you can't have those three things. Jeff Bezos still has to work out, he still has to work in his marriage or whatever his next relationship is, and his internal mental state is still going to be very much not controlled by external events. It's going to be based on how calm and peaceful he's inside. So I think those three things, your health, your mental health, and your close relationships, are things that you have to cultivate.
Okay.
Probably bring you a lot more peace and happiness than any amount of money ever will. So that's what I meant. Now, how to get there is actually a tweet storm that I still need to put out. I've been working on it. I have probably 100 tweets on it. It's just very hard to say anything on the topic without getting attacked from 50 different directions, especially these days on Twitter. So I've been hesitant to do it because I want to target it for a very specific kind of person. There's a bunch of people who don't believe that working on your internal state is useful. They're too focused on the external. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They should do that, and that's who the How to Get Rich Tweetstorm is for. There's a bunch of people who believe that the only thing worth working on is complete liberation, like you become the Buddha, and they'll attack anything in the middle as being useless. That's fine too, but most people aren't there. So what I want to do is to create a tweet storm that is just very practical advice for everyday people who want to have a calmer internal state. Just a set of understandings, realizations, half-truths and truths that if you were to imbibe them properly, and again, these are just pointers to ideas that you already have and experiences that you already have, that if you keep these top of mind, slowly but steadily, it will help you with certain realizations that will lead you to a calmer internal state. That's what I want to work on. Fitness is another big one. I'm just not the expert there. There are plenty of good people on Twitter who are better at fitness than me. And I think loving household and relationships actually automatically falls out of the other things. If you have a calm mind, and if you've already made money, you should have good relationships. There's no reason why you shouldn't. A lot of divorces actually happen over money. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. So having money removes that part of it. A lot of external battles happen because your internal state is not good. When you're naturally internally peaceful, you're going to pick less fights. You're going to be more loving without expecting anything in return, and that will take care of things on the external relationship front.
So money solves your money problems. Money buys you freedom in the material world. I think that was a tweet from your cutting room floor. And money lets you not do the things that you don't want to do.
Yeah, to me, the ultimate purpose of money is so that you do not have to be in a specific place at a specific time doing anything you don't want to do.
We skipped one tweet because I wanted to cover all of the tweets on the topic of the long term, and the tweet that we skipped was, "There are no get-rich-quick schemes. That's just someone else getting rich off you."
This goes back to the world being an efficient place. If there's an easy way to get rich, it's already been exploited. And there are a lot of people who will sell you ideas and schemes on how to make money, but they're just always selling you some $79.95 course or some audiobook or some seminar, which is fine. Everyone needs to eat. People need to make a living. They might actually have really good tips. But if they're giving you actionable, high-quality advice that acknowledges that it's a difficult journey and will take a lot of time, then I think that's realistic. But if they're selling you some get-rich-quick scheme, whether it's crypto or whether it's an online business or seminar, they're just making money off you. That's their get-rich-quick scheme. It's not going to necessarily work for you. One of the things about this whole Tweetstorm and podcast is that we don't have ads on here. We don't charge for anything. We don't sell anything. Not because I don't want to make more money. It's always nice to make more money. We're doing work here. But because it would completely destroy the credibility of the enterprise. If I'm saying, hey, I know how to get rich and I'm going to sell that to you, it ruins it. When I was young and I was kind of studying up on the topic, one of my favorite books on the topic was actually called How to Get Rich by Felix Dennis, the founder of Maxim magazine, billionaire who passed away. And he had a lot of crazy stuff in there, but he had some really good insights too. But whenever I read something by him or by the GoDaddy founder, Bob Parsons, or say Andrew Carnegie, you read stuff by people who are already very wealthy and they've clearly made their wealth in other fields, not by selling the How to Get Rich line, they have credibility. You just trust them. And they're not trying to make money off of you. They are obviously trying to win some status and some ego, right? You always have to have a motivation for doing something. But at least that is a cleaner reason why they're probably not lying. They're probably not fooling you. They're not snowing you. At some level, every founder has to lie to every employee of the company that they have, where they have to convince them that it's better for you to work for me than it is to do what I did and go work for yourself. So I've always had a hard time with that, which is why the only honest way in my companies, I've recruited entrepreneurs. And I tell them, you're going to get to be entrepreneurial in this company. And the day you're ready to go start your own next thing, I'm going to support you. I'm never going to get in the way of you starting a company, but this can be a good place for you to learn how to build a good team and build a good culture, how to find product market fit, to perfect your skills and meet some amazing people while you figure out exactly what it is you're going to do, because positioning, timing, deliberation are very important when starting a company. But what I've never been able to do is look them in the face and say, you must be at your desk by 8 a.m. because I'm not going to be at my desk by 8 a.m. I want my freedom. Or say to them that you're great at being a director today and you'll be a VP tomorrow, putting them into that career path track, because I don't believe in it myself. If anyone is giving advice on how to get rich and they're also making money off of it, they should have made their money elsewhere. Like, you don't want to learn how to be fit from a fat person. You don't want to learn how to be happy from a depressed person. So you don't want to learn how to be rich from a poor person, but you also don't want to learn how to be rich from somebody who makes their money by telling people how to be rich. It's suspect.
Anytime you see somebody who's actually gotten rich following some guru's advice on getting rich, just remember that in any random process, if you run it long enough and if enough people participate in it, you will always get every single possible outcome with probability 1.
There's a lot of random error in there, and then also this is why you have to absolutely and completely ignore business journalists and economist academics when they talk about private companies. I won't even name names, but like when a famous economist rails on Bitcoin, or when a business journalist attacks the latest company that's IPOing, it's complete nonsense. Those people have never built anything. They're professional critics. They don't know anything about making money. All they know is how to criticize and get page views, and you're literally becoming dumber by reading them. You're burning neurons. I'll leave you with a quote from Nassim Taleb that I liked, where he said, if you want to be a philosopher king, first become a king and then become a philosopher, not first become a philosopher and then become a king.
I'm glad you brought up Taleb, because I was going to finish this by saying just remember the title of his first book, which is Fooled by Randomness.
One of the reasons why we're a little vague in this podcast is because we're trying to lay down principles that are timeless, as opposed to just giving you the winning lottery ticket numbers from yesterday.
You summarized this entire tweet storm with 2 words: productize yourself.
Productize and yourself. Yourself has uniqueness. Productize has leverage yourself has accountability, productize has specific knowledge. Yourself also has specific knowledge in there. So all of these pieces, you can combine them into these two words. Whenever you're doing anything in business, if you're looking towards a long term of getting wealthy, you should ask yourself, is this authentic to me? Is it myself that I am projecting? And then am I productizing it? Am I scaling it? Am I scaling with labor or with capital or with code or with media? So it's a very handy, simple mnemonic. I mean, what is this podcast? This is a podcast called Naval. I'm literally productizing myself with a podcast.
You want to figure out what you're uniquely good at or what you uniquely are and apply as much leverage as possible. So making money isn't even something you do. It's not a skill. It's who you are stamped out a million times.
Making money should be a function of your identity and what you like to do. Another tweet that I really liked was, this was not mine, somebody else put this up. They said, find 3 hobbies, one that makes you money, one that keeps you fit, and one that makes you creative. I would change that slightly. So I would say one that makes you money, one that makes you fit, and one that makes you smarter. So in my case, my hobbies would be reading. Making money is I love working with startups, either investing in them, brainstorming them, starting them. I just love that ideation and initial creation phase around startups. And then on the hobby that keeps you fit, I don't really have one. Closest thing I have is yoga, but that's where I fell apart. And I think people who early in life discover something like surfing or swimming or tennis or some sport that they continue doing throughout most of their life are very lucky because they found a hobby that will make them fit.
We finished discussing the tweet storm, and we're going to spend some time on Q&A and discussing some of the tweets on the cutting room floor that didn't make it into the tweet storm. My first question is, do you think there are some common failure modes or typical things that people do wrong when they're trying to apply this advice?
A lot of people don't understand what specific knowledge really is or how to quote-unquote obtain it. People don't understand what accountability really entails. They think that accountability means being successfully accountable. No, it means that you have to stick your neck out and fail with your name out there publicly and be willing to let people hate on you. One of the reasons I'm less active on Twitter lately is because every tweet summons an army of nitpickers and haters, and it gets exhausting. But on the other hand, you have to learn how to ignore them, otherwise you can't survive on Twitter. A lot of people try to reconcile it with, like, should I quit my 9-to-5 job or not? That can be a very hard decision. I don't think you need to go that extreme. You can start applying accountability and leverage and specific knowledge even within your existing career. It doesn't have to necessarily be fork off and do something else completely. A lot of people will use it as a way to agree and disagree with their existing biases. They'll say, oh yeah, I agree with that part, or that part you're completely wrong. The most interesting parts should be the ones that you disagree with. Because clearly I've proven that I know a few things. So if you disagree with it, then maybe that is an area where you can improve your thinking. I've definitely improved my thinking all the time, but I will tell you that in this tweet storm, I put down the minimum viable principles. I did not put down the whole universe of what I know about how to make money, because 90% of it is suspect. I put down the bedrock, the stuff that I'm pretty solidly sure about. And I have not yet seen a tweet that has successfully contradicted anything in this tweet storm that would cause me to say, oh yeah, I got that one wrong. I think another place where people get a little bit off is they look at this and they say, well, this only applies to tech entrepreneurs. I disagree. The example that I gave about real estate was a good one in that regard. It's just the nature of leverage that technology drives leverage. So I'm going to push you in a tech direction to get the free leverage that is available in tech. And obviously this message is being delivered through the internet, so it's going to have a pro-internet bias. There are also people who believe that it is unfair to the people who don't have these opportunities to do anything with the opportunities that they do have. With that defeatist attitude, why even get out of bed in the morning? 90% of people are dead. There's a lot of people who are living on $1 a day. Do you live on $1 a day? No, it's up to you to play the hand that you're dealt to the best of your ability, and then you can take the winnings, the pot from that hand, and do whatever you want with it to fix the world. But saying that you should not do things just because others can't do things is living in denial. It's an excuse to not do anything. There are also people who believe that wealth creation is fundamentally at odds with an environmentally safe and healthy planet. And they view the whole thing as a giant zero-sum game. That's a false narrative as well. Elon Musk is not playing a zero-sum game with the environment, and there are plenty of entrepreneurs who are not. If anything, there is a word that environmentalists love, which is sustainability. And for-profit businesses are at least financially sustainable, if nothing else. You can do a B Corp, which has a dual mission. A lot of nonprofit efforts would actually be better served by for-profit companies, because then they wouldn't have to go begging for grants all the time. They would be financially sustainable. Some great founders realize their philanthropic visions by running a business.
Who is this advice targeted to? Is it for my Lyft driver? Is it for an internet entrepreneur? Is it for somebody who wants to start a YouTube channel?
Because it comes from someone who's steeped in Silicon Valley and tech companies, it's always going to have a bias towards that. But I think it's good for anybody who wants to be entrepreneurial, anybody who wants to control their own life, anybody who wants to deterministically and reliably improve their ability to create wealth over time, is patient and looking at it for the long haul. And certainly if you're 80 years old, retired, running out of energy, you should probably just stay retired. But there are 80-year-olds who have a lot of energy and want to do new things and live for the future. It can obviously apply very easily to a young person, I would say 9, 10 years old and up. The most difficult one is probably middle-aged, because when we're in our 30s, 40s, 50s, we already have a lot invested. We have a lot of obligations, because those are the years where we're earning and people are relying upon us. We don't want to change because we don't want to admit defeat in what we've been doing to date. But that's where it can actually be the most fruitful. It may be the most difficult pivot. You have a 9-to-5 job, you have a family relying upon you. And so it may seem like the things in this podcast are far too idealistic, but maybe it can inform your weekend projects. Maybe it can inform your self-re-education that you do at night on the internet. Maybe it can inform what roles you take on in the company that you're at, because they move you closer and closer to points of leverage, points of judgment, or points where you're naturally good at and you're authentic. It might cause you to take on more accountability. Even applied piecemeals, these principles can directionally guide you regardless of what stage you are at in life short of retirement. And if you're in retirement, just test them to see if they're true and then teach them to your kids or your grandkids. There's many different ways to participate. It should really apply to almost everybody who has a complete body, sound mind, and is looking to work.
I think one way to apply the advice is to look at who is getting the leverage off of the work that you're doing.
Okay, to become lower in size amount. To become lower in size amount, our students demand for new cars. Request of demand. Okay. Demand new cars. Request. To ask for something forceful. Okay, to ask for something forceful. You know what that you do not expect. Okay, so hard. Expect to be refused. You know what that you do not expect to request. Demand for new cars has fallen. Demand for new cars has fallen due to the recession. Demand for new cars has fallen due to the recession. Demand for new cars has fallen due to the recession. Expected to happen arrive etc. at a particular time. Expected to happen arrive etc. at a particular time. What time is the next bus due? The next meeting is due to be held in 3 months' time. Their first baby is due in January. To expect recession. Demand for new cars has fallen. Demands for new cars has fallen. Demands for new cars have fallen. To become lower in size or mount or strength. To become lower in size or mount or strength. To become lower in size or mount or strength. Demand for new cars has fallen due to the recession. Demand for new cars has fallen due to the recession. The standard of his work has fallen during the year. The standard of his work has fallen during the year. Recession. Demand for new cars has fallen due to the recession. The standard of his work has fallen during the year. A period when the economy of a country is not successful. The conditions for business are bad. Okay. Demand for new cars has fallen due for the recession. Okay. A period when the economy of a country is not successful and conditions for business are bad. The standard of his work has fallen during the year. The standard of his work has fallen during the year. The standard of his work has fallen during the year. Salaries in the public sector are expected to fall by 15% this year. Salaries in the public sector. Salaries in the public sector are expected to fall by 15% this year. Salaries in the public sector are expected to fall by 年化如果1万化平均每天1万4000美金除以15那个是4美金每天会给4美金，每天1万是50美金。Okay, salaries in the public sector are expected to fall by 15% this year. Salaries in the public sector are expected to fall by 15% 15% this year. The temperature could fall below zero overnight. The temperature could fall below zero overnight. Salaries in the public sector. Salaries in the public sector are expected to fall by 15% this year. Salaries in the public sector are expected to fall by 15% this year. Salaries in the public sector are expected to fall by 15% this year. The temperature could fall below zero overnight. The temperature could fall below zero overnight. Salaries. Salaries. The fixed amount of money agreed every year as pay for an employee usually paid directly into his or her bank amount every month. An annual salary his net monthly salary. Salary, a fixed amount of money, a fixed amount of money are good every year as pay for an employee. Usually paid directly into his or her bank amount every month. A fixed amount of money agreed every year as pay for an employee. Usually paid directly into his or her bank amount every month. An annual salary okay. Salaries in the public. Salaries. This standard. Salaries in the public sector are expected to fall by 15% this year. The temperature could fall below zero overnight. 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 Average temperatures fell by 10 degrees. Degree. Okay. Average temperatures fell by 10 degrees. Average temperature fell by 10 degrees. The pound has fallen. The pound has fallen. To its knowest. The pond has fallen. The pond has fallen. The pond has fallen to its knowest. The pond has fallen in. The pond has fallen to its knowest. Ever never against the dollar. Ever never against the dollar. The pond has fallen to its knowest. Ever never against the dollar. Average temperature fell by 10 degrees. The pond has fallen. 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 The pond has fallen to its knowest. Ever never against the dollar. The pond has fallen to its knowest. Ever never against the dollar. Fall to whisper. Fall to a whisper. Fall to a whisper. The pond has fallen. The pond has fallen. The pond has fallen to its knowest. Ever never against the dollar. Ever never against the dollar. Fallen to ever never against. Ever never against the dollar. Pound. Never against never against the dollar. The pound has fallen to its the pound has fallen to its knowest. Never against the dollar. Fall to whisper. Fall to whisper when the teacher walk. Fall to a whisper. Salary. A fixed amount of money or grade every year as paid for an employee. Whisper. Speak. To speak a word quiet. To speak a word quiet. Use the breast. But not the voice. To speak very quiet. To speak very quiet. Use the breast but not the voice. So that only the person close to you can hear you. To speak very quiet. To speak very quiet. Use the breath but not the voice. Use the breath, not the voice. Okay. Whisper. So that only the person close to you can hear you. So close to you. Okay. Let me. Like similar Rich said. Rachel said. Rachel. Okay. 我靠，怎么这么黑 ？That's nice. Let's put. Ooh. whisper. Whisper. Fall to a whisper. Fall 低声细语应该是这样。Fall to a whisper. Fall to a whisper. When the teacher walked, when the teacher walked in, the children's voice fell to a whisper. They became very quiet. For shopping, fall to a whisper. Fall to a whisper. Fall to a whisper. When the teacher walked in, the children's voices fell to a whisper. They became very quiet. For shopping, sharp. For shopping, sharp prices fell sharply. Fell sharply. Okay. Sharp prices. Okay. Cropped fell sharply this week. Okay. Cryptocurrency. Or coin, blockchain coin. Cryptocurrency fell sharply this week. Come down onto the ground. To come down onto the ground or from a high position or from a high position to a lower position. To come down onto the ground or from a high position to a lower position. To come down onto the ground or from a high position to a lower position. Come down. To come down onto the ground or from a high position to a lower position. This snow had been fall steadily. This snow had been fall steadily all day. This snow had been fall. This snow had been fall steadily all day. Comedy or tragedy. Steadily all day. Fall steadily all day. Okay, to come down onto the ground, or from a high position to a lower position. To snow had been falling. Okay, this snow had been falling steadily all day. Whisper. Steadily. To snow had been falling steadily all day. Gradually, prices has risen steadily. Prices have risen steadily. Okay, well, I won't join that. I won't join you. The snow had fallen steadily all day. It was October. The snow had been falling steadily, gradually. The snow had been steadily out. The snow had been falling steadily all day. It was October, and the leaves had started to fall. It was October, and the leaves. It was October, and the leaves had. And the leaves. Okay, it was October, and the leaves had started to fall. Fall into. She fell into bed. She fell into bed completely exhausted. Completely exhausted. She fell into bed completely exhausted. She fell into bed. She fell into bed completely exhausted. A bomb fell on the church and destroyed it. Okay, a bomb fell on the church and destroyed it. A bomb fell on the church and destroyed it. A huge meteor. Okay, a huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. A huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. A huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the Earth. A huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. A huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. Okay. A huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. A huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. A huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. Meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. Meteor. Okay. A piece of rock or other matter from space that produces a bright light as it travels through the a piece of rock or other matter from space that produces a bright light as it travels through the atmosphere. Okay. A huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. A huge meteor fell to Earth. A huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. A huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. A huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. A huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. A huge meteor fell to Earth. A huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. A huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. Huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. Meteor. An area often covered with sand or rocks. Where there is tornado, rain, and no many plants. Okay, a huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. A huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. He begged for mercy. A huge meteor. Okay. He begged for mercy as the blows fell on him as he was being hit. He begged for mercy. He begged for mercy as the blows fell on him. He begged for mercy. He begged for mercy and the blows fell on him as he was being hit. He begged for mercy as the blow fell on him as he was being hit. He begged for mercy as the blow fell on him as he was being hit. I begged for mercy and the blow fell on him as he was being hit. I begged for mercy and the blows fell on him as he was He begged for mercy and the blows fell on him as he was being hit. A huge meteor fell to Earth in the middle of the desert. I begged for mercy as the blows fell on him. That's all. Mercy, kindness that makes you forgive someone, usually someone that you have authority or kindness, mercy, knock, kindness. Okay, I begged for mercy as they blows fell on him. Okay, as he was being hit. He begged for mercy as the blows fell on him as he was being hit. He begged for mercy, kindness that makes you forgive. Kindness that makes you forgive someone. Kindness that makes you forgive someone, usually someone that you have authority or over. He begged for mercy as the blows fell on him as he was being hit. To be known to a particular group. To be known to a particular group, subject, or area. To be known to a particular group, subject, or area. to be known to a particular group, subject, or area. The material falls into three categories. To be known to a particular group, subject, or area. The material falls into three categories. To be known to a particular group, subject, or area. The material falls into three categories. The material falls into three categories. Fall into three categories. Type or weight. Is that right? Mercy. Kindness. I was kindness, but you make me hungry so much. Okay, category. In a system for dividing things according to appearance, quality, a type or a group of things having some features that are the same. A type or a group of things having some features that are the same. Understand? There are three categories of accommodation standard, active and decorative. Okay, there are three categories. Accommodation standard, exclusive, active, and deluxe. A type or group of things having some features that are the same. Okay, matters of discipline. The matters of disciplines fall outside. Matters of discipline. Matters of discipline. Disciplining, training. Matters of disciplining fall outside my area of responsibility. Okay, what are these? Matters of discipline. Training that makes people more willing. Training that makes people more willing to be or able to control themselves. Often in the form of rules and punishments. If these are broken, or the behavior produced by this training. Oh, matters of the discipline. Okay, matters of discipline. Okay, matters of discipline. discipline. Far outside my area of responsibility. Okay, methods of discipline. Far outside my area of responsibility. What yarn?
Genre.
Okay, what genre does the book fall into? What genre? Style. Style. Okay, what genre does the book fall into? What genre does the book fall into? Comedy or tragedy? A style, especially in the arts. A style, especially in the arts. A style, especially in the arts, that involves a particular set of characteristics. A style, especially in the arts, that involves a particular set of characteristics. What genre does the book fall into? What genre does the book fall into? Comedy or tragedy? What genre does the book fall into? Comedy or tragedy? Another. A style, especially in the arts, that involves a particular set of characteristics. Produced according to a particular model. Produced according to a particular model or style. Produced according to a particular model or style. A genre movie. Genre facts. Style, especially in the arts. Okay, what genre does the book fall into? Comedy or tragedy? Okay, where to change to a particular condition. Okay, to change to a particular condition from a different one. To change to a particular condition from a different one. To change to a particular condition from a different one. He always follows a sleep. He always falls asleep after drinking red wine. To change to a particular condition from a different one. To change to a particular condition from a different one. Fall asleep. He always falls asleep. He always falls asleep after drinking red wine. She suddenly fell ill. She suddenly fell ill. Fall ill. She suddenly fell ill. The book fell open. The book fell open. opened by chance. The book fell open at a picture of Venice. Okay, the book fell open at a picture of Venice. Far open. The book fell open at a picture of Venice. Okay, she suddenly fell ill. She suddenly fell ill. As always, fell asleep after drinking red wine. As always, I always fall asleep after doing exercise. No. She suddenly fell ill. The book fell open. Fell open at a picture of Venice. The book fell open at a picture of Venice. The book fell open at a picture of Venice. The book fell open at a picture of Venice. Okay. The book fell open at a picture of Venice. The book fell open at a picture of Venice. She suddenly fell ill. To change to a particular condition from a different one. As always falls asleep after drinking red wine. He always falls asleep after drinking red wine. She suddenly fell ill. The book fell open at a picture of Venice.
Look up the value chain, look at who's above you and who's above them, and see how they are taking advantage of the time and the work that you're doing and how they're applying leverage to it. People do that naturally in that they want to move up the corporate ladder, but that's mostly about managing other people. And what you really want to be doing is managing more capital, products, media, and community. People think about moving up the ladder in their organization, but they don't think that often about moving to a different organization or creating their own organization to get more leverage.
In general, ceteris paribus, fancy Latin words for all other things equal, you will do better in a smaller organization than a larger one. You will have more accountability, it'll be more visible. You are more likely to be able to try on multiple things to find out the thing that you are uniquely good at. People are more likely to give you leverage through battlefield promotions. You're going to have more flexibility. There'll be more authenticity to how the company operates. A good progression for careers. Start out in a large company and then progressively move to smaller and smaller ones. It's very hard to go from a small company to work in a larger company. Larger companies tend to be more about politics and less about merit. They're more stable, but they're less innovative situations. The goal long term is, if we are all wealthy, is that we're all working for ourselves, and the people who are working for us are essentially robots. And today that's software robots in data centers executing code. Tomorrow it could be delivery bots, flying bots, mechanical bots that are carrying things around. This goes back to this idea of the best relationships are peer relationships. If there's someone above you, then that's someone to learn from. If you're not learning from them and improving, then there shouldn't be anybody above you. If there's somebody below you, it's because you're teaching them and enabling them. If you're not teaching them and enabling them, then get a robot underneath. You don't need a human being below you. This is utopian, and it's a long ways off, but in the not too distant future, anybody who wants to work for themselves will be able to work for themselves. You may have to make other sacrifices. You may have to take on more risk. You may have to take on more accountability. You may have less steady income, but more and more, I think the younger generation is realizing that if they're going to work for themselves.
In one of your tweets, you listed out some of the things you should study, like programming, sales, reading, writing, arithmetic. One of the items that ended up on the cutting room floor was that you should also study ethics.
I was originally going to put that out there as a concession to people who believe that making money is evil and that the only way to make it is evil. But then I realized ethics is not necessarily something you study. It's something you think about, and it's something you do. Every one of us has a personal moral code. And where you got that moral code from is different for everybody. It's not like I can point you to a textbook. Sure, I can point you to some Roman and Greek text, but that's not going to suddenly make you ethical. There's the golden rule, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Or there's Nassim Taleb's silver rule, which is don't do unto others what you don't want them doing unto you. Once you've been in business long enough, you will realize how much of business is about trust. And it's about trust because you want to compound interest. You want to be able to work for long periods of time with trustworthy people without having to reevaluate every discussion, without having to rethink each time, and without having to constantly look over your shoulder. And so over time, you gravitate towards working with certain kinds of people. And similarly, those people will gravitate towards working with other ethical, quote-unquote, people. So being ethical turns out to be a selfish imperative. You want to be ethical because it attracts the other long-term players in the network, and then they want to do business with you. And if you build a good enough reputation for being ethical, eventually people will pay you just to do deals through you, because you're the one who will validate and ensure the deals by your presence, because you wouldn't be involved with low-quality stuff. So being ethical actually pays off in the long run, but it's the very long run. In the short run, being unethical pays off, which is why so many people go for it. It's a greedy algorithm. But you can be ethical simply because you're long-term greedy. And I can even outline a framework for different parts of so-called ethics just based on the idea of long-term selfishness. For example, you want to be honest because it leaves you with a clear mind. You don't have two threads running in your head. One is the lies that you told you to keep track of, and the other one is what you're saying. You just have to think about one thing at a time, so you have more energy to think about that thing, so you're a clearer thinker. Also, by being honest, you're rejecting the people who only want to hear the pretty lies, so you force those people out of your network, and sometimes it's painful, like friends and family, but long term, you create room for the people who like you exactly the way that you are. So that is a selfish reason to be honest. For example, in negotiations, if you're the kind of person who always tries to get the best deal for yourself, you will win a lot of very early deals and it'll feel very good. But on the other hand, there are a few people who will recognize that you're always scrabbling and not acting fairly, and they will tend to avoid you. Over time, those people end up being the deal makers in the network because people go to them for a fair shake or to figure out what's fair. And so if you are cutting people fair deals, you don't get paid in the short term, but in the long term, everybody wants to deal with you, and you end up being a market hub. You have more information, you have trust, you have reputation, and people end up doing this through you. A lot of wisdom is just realizing the long-term consequences of your actions. And so the longer term you're willing to look, the wiser that you're going to seem to everybody around you.
Do you want to tell us about some of the jobs that you had as a youth and the specific job that kicked off your fanatical obsession with creating wealth?
This gets a little personal, and I don't want to do the humble brag thing. There was some thread going around on Twitter about, like, name 5 jobs you've held, and every rich person on there was trying to signal how they held, like, normal jobs. So I don't want to play that game. I've held a bunch of menial jobs. There are people who had it worse than me, people who had it better than me. There was one point where I was washing dishes in the school cafeteria, and I said, F this, I hate this, I can't do this anymore. And I sweet-talked my way to a computer science prof of helping TA his CS class in algorithms when I myself was completely unqualified for that. And so it forced me to learn computer science algorithms so I could TA the rest of the course. But that desire came out of the suffering of washing dishes in the college cafeteria, which is not to say there's anything wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with anything, really. But it was just not for me. I did not enjoy it. I had an active mind, and I wanted to make my money and earn my living through mental activities, not through physical activities. But sometimes it takes the suffering of doing the wrong thing to motivate you enough to do the right thing. I worked at a law firm for a while, a big prestigious law firm in New York City. I had a big internship there, and I basically got fired for surfing Usenet back in the day. This is before the internet was a big thing. Usenet was the news groups, and it was the only way for me to stay from being completely bored. And I was an overpaid guy wearing a tie and a suit, and I had to hang out in the conference room. When the lawyers needed photocopies, I would make photocopies. And in the meantime, I would be bored out of my skull. This is pre-iPhone. Thank God to Steve Jobs for saving us all from unending boredom.
but I used to read the Wall Street Journal or anything that I could get my hands on. I would have read the back of a brochure just to keep from going insane, because listening to a bunch of corporate lawyers discuss how to optimize minute details in a big contract is really dull. And they got mad at me because they wanted me to sit there quietly and not read the Wall Street Journal. They said that's rude, that's misbehavior. So I got called up and reprimanded a bunch of times, and then I was finally terminated, and I was sent home in shame early from my very prestigious internship, destroying my chance of going to law school, and I was unhappy for all of an hour. But ultimately, it's one of the best things that ever happened to me, because then I would have ended up as a lawyer. Not that I have anything against lawyers, but it's not what I was meant to do.
You mentioned a catering job that you had a while back that really kicked off the whole obsession.
That was an envy thing. When I was in high school, I had to make some money to pay for my first semester at college, and I had to get a job. It was the summer of 1990, 1991 time frame. So this was the Bush senior recession. If anyone who was alive back then remembers it. So it was actually really hard to get a job. So I ended up working for an Indian food catering company. And I ended up having to serve at a birthday party for a kid who was actually in my school. So I saw my classmates and I was out there serving food and drinks to them. And that was incredibly embarrassing. I wanted to hide away and die right there. But you know what? It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the motivation. If I hadn't had that happen, I probably wouldn't be as motivated and I wouldn't be as successful. So it's all fine. But it was definitely a very strong motivator. In that sense, envy can be useful. Envy can also eat you alive if you let it follow you your entire life. But there are points in your life where it can be a very powerful booster rocket.
We spoke earlier about picking a business model that has leverage, from scale economies, network effects, zero marginal cost of replication. There were a few other ideas on the cutting room floor that I want to go through with you. The first one was the principal agent problem.
So mental models are all the rage. Everyone's trying to become smarter by adopting mental models. I think mental models are interesting, but I don't think explicitly in terms of a mental model checklist. I know Charlie Munger does, but that's just not how I think. Instead, I tend to focus on the few lessons that I've learned in life over and over that I think are incredibly important and seem to apply almost universally. One that keeps coming up from microeconomics, because as we've established, macroeconomics is not really worth spending time on, is what's called the principal agent problem. Principal in this case is principal with a P-A-L, not P-L-E, so it's not a principal that you follow. It's a principal who is a person. A principal is an owner, and an agent is the person who works for the owner. So you can think of it as an employee, the difference between a founder and an employee. I can summarize this by a famous quote that either was said by Napoleon or by Julius Caesar. It's generally attributed to either one. But he said, if you want it done, then go. If not, then send. Which is saying, if you want to do something right, do it yourself, because other people just don't care enough. Now, the principal agent problem pops up everywhere. In microeconomics, the way that they try to characterize it is that the principal's incentives are different than the agent's incentives. So the owner of the business wants what is best for the business and will make the most money. The agent generally wants whatever will look good to the principal, or might make them the most friends in the neighborhood or in the business, or might make them personally the most money. You see this a lot with hired gun CEOs running public companies, where the ownership of the public company is distributed so widely that there's no principal remaining. So nobody owns more than 1% of the company. The CEO takes charge, stuffs the board with their buddies, and then starts issuing themselves low-price stock options or doing a lot of stock buybacks because their compensation is based directly tied to the stock price. So agents have a way of hacking systems. This is what makes incentive design so difficult. As Charlie Munger says, if you can be working on incentives, don't work on anything else. Almost all human behavior can be explained by incentives. The study of signaling and signals is seeing what people do despite what they say. People are much more honest with their actions than they are with their words. You have to get the incentives right to get people to behave correctly. It's a very, very difficult problem, because the good people aren't purely coin operated. They're not just looking for money, they're also looking for other things like status or meaning in what they do. Principal agent problem is the one that as a business owner, you're always going to be trying to figure out, how do I make this person think like me? How do I incent them? How do I give them founder mentality? And I think you have to truly have been a founder to fully appreciate how important this founder mentality thing is, and what a difficult and gnarly problem the principal agent problem is. What I would say to you is, if you are a principal, you essentially want to spend a lot of your time thinking about this problem. What that means is you want to take your top lieutenants and you want to be very generous with them in terms of ownership and incentives, even if they don't necessarily realize it, because over time they will, and you want them to be aligned with you in how they operate. When you do business deals, it's better to have an aligned partnership where you both have the same incentives than a partnership where you got the advantage in the deal. You negotiated in such a way that you got the better end of the transaction, because eventually the other person will figure it out, or they'll be misaligned and the partnership will fall apart. Either way, it's not going to be one of those things that you can invest into with the benefits of compound interest over decades. Finally, if you're in a current role where you're an agent, you're an employee, your most important job is to think like a principal. The more you can think like a principal, the better off you're going to be long term, because it's training you how to be a principal long term, and eventually you will become a principal. It's also going to align you with the principal, and a good principal will then promote you or empower you or give you accountability or leverage way out of proportion to what might be your menial role. I'm always very impressed by founders who will promote up very, very young people through the ranks, having them skip multiple levels despite their experience. And invariably it happens because this agent who's way deep down thinks like a principal. So if you can hack your way through the principal agent problem, you've probably solved half of what it takes to run a company.
The reason I asked about this one first is because I feel like I personally never see the principal agent problem in my work. I tend to work in small teams where everybody is highly economically aligned, and the people have been filtered for a commitment to the mission, and everybody else who doesn't work out moves on to another role elsewhere.
These are all heuristics that you have designed to avoid having to deal with the single biggest problem in management. Another example of a heuristic you can have that helps you route around the principal agent problem is to deal with the smallest firms possible. So for example, when I'm hiring a lawyer or a banker or even an accountant to work on my deals, one of the things that I've become very cognizant about is the bigger firms, all other things equal, are generally worse. Yes, they have more experience. Yes, they have more people. Yes, they have a bigger brand. But what you'll find is that the principal and the agent are highly separated. And very often the principal will sell you and convince you to work with a firm, but then all the work will be done by an agent who simply doesn't care as much. And you can end up getting substandard service. So I prefer to work with boutiques, and my ideal law firm to work with is a law firm of one. My ideal banker to work with is a solo banker. Now you're making other sacrifices and trade-offs in terms of that person's resources, and you are betting big on that person, but you've got one throat to choke, there's no one else to point fingers to, there's nowhere to run. The accountability is extremely high. If you're an agent, the best way to operate is just say, what would the founder do? If you think like the owner and you act like the owner, it's only a matter of time until you become the owner.
Let's chat about the Kelly criterion.
The Kelly criterion is a very popularized mathematical formulation of a simple concept. And the simple concept is, don't risk everything. Stay out of jail. Don't bet everything on one big gamble. Just be very careful how much you bet each time so you don't lose the whole kitty. The Kelly criterion mathematically formulates, if you're a gambler, even when you have an edge, how much should you gamble per hand? Because even when you have an edge, you can still lose. So let's say you have 51-49 edge, every gambler knows not to bet the whole kitty on that 51-49 edge, because you could just lose everything, and you don't get to come back to the average. Nassim Taleb famously talks about ergodicity, which is a fancy word for the simple concept that what is true for 100 people on average isn't the same as one person averaging that same thing 100 times. The easiest way to see that is by playing Russian roulette. 6 people who play Russian roulette once each, and then each winner gets $1 billion. One person ends up dead, 5 people have $1 billion, versus one person who plays Russian roulette with the same one gun 6 times is never going to end up a billionaire, is going to end up worth 0. And so risk-taking, especially when the averages are calculated across large populations, is not always rational. The Kelly criterion helps you avoid ruin. The number one way in which people get ruined in modern business is not by betting too much, but it's by cutting corners and doing unethical things or downright illegal things. Ending up in an orange jumpsuit in prison or having your reputation ruined is the same as getting wiped to zero. So never do those things.
Let's talk about the Schelling point.
Is a game theory concept made famous by Thomas Schelling in the book called Strategy of Conflict, which I do recommend reading. It's about multiplayer games where other people are responding based on what they think your response is. What he came up with was the mathematical formalization of how do you get people who cannot communicate with each other to coordinate. Suppose that I want to meet with you, but I don't tell you where and I don't tell you when. We both want to meet, but we cannot communicate any more information to each other. That would sound like an impossible problem to solve. We're done. We can't do it. Not quite. Because I know that you're a rational person and smart and educated, and you know I'm a rational person who's smart, we're going to start thinking, if we have to pick an arbitrary date, we're probably going to pick New Year's. And what time? Midnight or 12:01 a.m. And where would we meet? What is a big meeting point? Well, if we're Americans, it's probably New York City. It's the most important city. And where in New York City will we meet at midnight? Probably Grand Central Station under the clock. Maybe you end up at the Empire State Building, but not likely. You can just use social norms to converge onto a Schelling point. There are many times in many games where you can look at the game itself, whether it's business or art or politics, and you can find the convergent Schelling point within the context of that game. You can cooperate with the other person. Here's a simple example. Let's suppose that you have two companies that are competing heavily with each other and they hold an oligopoly. Let's say that they're competing right now and the price fluctuates between $8 and $12 for whatever the service is. Don't be surprised if they both converge on $10 without ever talking to each other.
Do you want to talk about Pareto optimal?
Pareto optimal is another concept from game theory, along with Pareto superior. Pareto superior means that something is better in some ways while being equal or better in the other ways. It's not worse off in any way. This is an important concept when you're negotiating with somebody. If you can make a solution Pareto superior to where it was before, you will always do that. Pareto optimal is when the solution is the best that it can possibly be, then you can't change it without making it worse in at least one dimension. There is a hard trade-off from this point forward. These are important concepts to understand when you're involved in a big negotiation. In negotiation, though, I would generally say that, this is a tweet that I have, negotiations are won by whoever cares less. Negotiation, at the end of the day, is about not wanting it too badly. If you want something too badly, then the other person will be able to extract more price from it. If you do care more about something than the other person, and they are taking advantage of you in a negotiation, then your best way to deal with that is to turn it from a short-term game into a long-term game. Try to make it into a repeat game. Try to bring reputation into line. Try to bring other people in who may have a say in the future or may want to play games with this person in the future. An example of a very high-cost, low-information, single-move game is having your house renovated. Contractors are notorious for overbooking, ripping people off, being unaccountable. I'm sure contractors have their own side of it. The homeowner has unreasonable demands. We found problems. The homeowner doesn't want to pay for it. They don't understand. They're low information buyers. It's a very expensive transaction. Historically, it's been very hard to find good contractors, and the contractor has no choice on what a good homeowner is. You try to go through friends, you try to go through reputation, and what you're basically doing there is you're trying to convert a single move, expensive game with a high probability of cheating on both sides into a multi-move game. One way to do that would say, well, actually, I need two different projects done. So the first project we'll do together, and then based on that, I'll decide if we do the second project. You can split your work up into two projects. Another way might be, I'm going to do this project with you, and then I have three friends who want projects done, and they're waiting to see the outcome of these projects. Another one might be the same person operating within the same community and having a reputation in the community to protect. Another one could be you write them a Yelp review or a Thumbtack review. These are all ways of turning a single move game into a longer term game and helping get past a position of poor negotiating leverage and poor information.
We talked about compounding and compounding interest, but we didn't really dig into it that much.
Relationships are a good example of compound interest. Once you've been in a good relationship with somebody for a while, whether it's business or it's romantic, like
business romantic. Okay, fall silent. without any sound, silent. For silent, the president has the president. OK. 上班不一定行，但是上班一定。不上班不一定。The president has fallen strangely. The president has fallen strangely silent. Has fallen strangely silent on the issues of gun control. The president has fallen strangely silent. Has fallen strangely. Okay, the president has fallen strangely silent on the issue of gun control. Foul do. Your rent. Foul do. Your rent. Foul do must be paid. Do. Is that foul do expected to happen, arrive, etc. at a particular time. What time is the next bus due? What time is the next bus due? The next meeting is due to be held in 3 months. 3 months time. Third, their first baby is due. The rent must be paid. Expect to have arrived. The first baby is due in July. Their first baby is due in January. The president has fallen strangely silent on the issue. Okay, it's joke. My big brother. The president has your rent falls due on the first of the month. Your rent falls due on the first of the month. Silence fell on the group of men. Silence fell on the group of men. Silence fell on the group of men, and they received the news. Silence fell on the group. Silence fell on the group of men. Silence fell on the group of men as they received the news. OK， 其实我现在对哦，我才说，所以就 OK， I speak. Silence fell on the group of men as they received the news. Fall under. Silence fell on the group of men. They became silent. They became silent. Silence fell on the group of men. Maybe. No choice. They became silent. Okay. Silence fell on the group of men as they received the news. Okay. Fall under. She fell under the influence. She fell under the influence of an older student. She fell under the influence of an older student. To be eaten, or defeated. Okay, to be beaten or defeated. Okay. Okay, she fell under the influence. She fell under the influence of an older student. Fall under. She fell under the influence of an older student. To be beaten or defeated. The president. Okay, fall. Okay, to be beaten or defeated. The president fell from power during the military coup. Beaten or defeated. Beaten, defeated in a competition. She was the beaten finalist. Defeated competition. Beaten. Defeated. To be beaten or defeated. She was the beaten finalist in this year's Australian Open Championship. She was owed several billion. Favorite. She has owed several billion. But he has yet to have a winning horse at this meet. She has owned several billion favorite, but he has yet had a winning horse at this meet. Defeated or competition. To be beaten or defeated. The president fell from power during the military coup. The president fell from power during the military coup. The president fell from power during the military coup. It was a tremendous coup. A success. Unexpectedly successful achievement. Okay, the coup. Take power. Take power. Did that thing? Okay, the president fell from power the military coup. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. Okay, the president fell from power during the military coup. The president fell from power during the military coup. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. Okay, the president fell from power during the military coup. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. Okay, central party. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. Oh, wow, she was nothing compared to you. The president fell from power during the military coup. Military coup. Okay, if a place military army, like similar army group, the government finally fell after losing the support of the government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central party. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. If a place falls in a war or an election, the government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. If a place falls in a war, if a place falls in a war or an election, an enemy army or a different political party gets control of it. Let me think. If a place falls in a war or an election, an enemy army or a different political party or a different political party gets control of it. enemy army, enemy army, enemy army, enemy. A person who hits enemy, a person who hits or opposes another person or and tries to harm them or stop them from doing something. Enemy, 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 enemy. Person who hits. A person who hits or opposes another person or and tries to harm them or stop them from doing something. Has made a few enemies in this company. Has made a few enemies in this company. Max Stone needs girlfriend. Max Stone needs girlfriend, and they've been enemy, and they've been enemies ever since. Political enemies. The president. It's simple. See then, right? If a place falls in a war, if a place falls in a war or an election an enemy army or a different political party gets control of it. Control of it. Fall to Rome fell to the Vandals. Enemy. A person who hits or opposes another person and tries to harm them or stop them from doing something. If a place falls in a war or an election, an enemy army or a different political party gets control of it. Rome fell to the Vandals in AD 455. The conditions failed to neighbor. The constitutions failed to neighbor at the next election after 10 years of conservative rule. After 10 years of conservative rule. Okay. one of the official area of a country that elects someone to represent it in a parliament or legislature constituents. Okay, I know that. The constituents, one of the official area. The constituents failed to neighbor at the constituents failed to neighbor at the next election. After 10 years, conservative. Not usually liking or trusting change, especially sudden change. Are usually liking or trusting change, especially sudden change. Not usually liking or trusting change, especially sudden change. Not usually liking or trusting change. Not usually liking or trusting change, especially sudden change. If a place falls in the constituents failed to neighbor at the next election. After 10 years of conservative rule. If soldiers fall while fighting. They are killed. If soldiers fall while fighting, they are killed. If soldiers fall while fighting, you will be killed. You won't be killed. My promise, you won't be killed. Okay. Many brave men fell in. Many brave men fell in. Many brave men fell in the fight to save the city. Many brave men fell in the fight to save the city. Fell in battle. During the war, he saw many of his comrades fall the battle. What do you know? I mean of the battle. Insane. Battle. Comrades fell the fight. A fight between armed forces. A fight between armed forces. You know, a fight between armed forces. A fight between armed forces. A fight between armed forces. Battle. Let me think. Comrades. Okay, during the war, they saw many of his comrades. Okay, similar his friend, and guys, and some guys, comrades, war, idol, a fight between armed forces. A fight between armed forces. Friend, a friend, especially one who you have been involved in difficult or dangerous, usually military activities with. A friend, especially one. A friend, especially one who you have been involved in difficult or dangerous usually military activity with. Okay, a friend, comrade, a friend, especially one who you have been involved in difficult or dangerous, usually military activities with. Okay. To come at a particular time or happen in a particular place. After the war, so many of his comrades fall in battle. To come at a particular time. To come at a particular time or happen in a particular place. To come at a particular time or happen in a particular place. Easter fall later this year. Easter falls later this year. Easter falls later this year. Fall on my birthday will fall on the my birthday will fall on the Friday this year. My birthday will fall on a Friday this year. My birthday will fall on a Friday this year. That darkness falls. That darkness has fallen. Darkness had fallen. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back. We got back to the camp. Darkness had fallen. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Camp. 喂，你好。你帮我放门口吧，放门口就可以了，谢谢。好，拜拜。Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Okay, in the word table, the accent. In the word table, the accent falls on the first syllable. In the word table, the accent falls on the first. The accent falls on the first syllable. The accent. The way in which people in a particular area, country, or social group pronounce words. Okay? The accent. the accent, table, the accent, okay, the way in which people in a particular area, country, or social group pronounce words. He has a strong southern. It's not right. Souther. I had a strong souther accent. Okay. In the word table, the accent falls on the first syllable. Okay. To hand down loosely. To hand down loosely. The boys hair fell around his shoulders. Okay, the boy's hair fell around his shoulders in golden curls. The boy's hair fell around his shoulder. The boy's hair fell around his shoulders in golden curls. The boy's hair fell around his shoulders in golden curls. The veil fell almost to her waist. The veil fell almost to her waist. Veil. 变化你怎么 Oh, I know. Oh yeah. Is that waist? It is waist. Okay, they will feel almost to her. They will feel almost to her waist. A piece of thin material. A piece of thin material worn by women to cover the face or head. By women to cover the face. By women to cover the face or head. Okay. The veil fell almost to her waist. Your face falls. If your face falls, you suddenly look unhappy or disappointed. If your face falls, you suddenly look unhappy or disappointed. Okay, your face falls. If your face falls, you suddenly look unhappy or disappointed. His face fell when he saw the distance he still had to go. His face fell when he saw the distance he still had to go. His face fell when he saw the distance Okay, her face fell when he saw the distance he still had to go. His face fell when he saw the distance he still had to go. His face fell when he saw the distance he still had to go. Okay, his face fell when he saw the distance. Okay, his face fell. His face fell when he saw the distance he still had to go. Your face falls. If your face falls, you suddenly look unhappy or disappointed. Okay, if your face falls, you look unhappy. Okay, if your face falls, you look unhappy or disappointed. Okay. Her face fell. One has saw the distance. One has saw. Her face fell. One has saw the distance. Her face fell. One has saw the distance. I still had to go. Okay, it's terrible. I was disappointed or unhappy. Okay.
It's a lot easier because you know that person's got your back. You don't have to keep questioning. If I'm doing a deal with someone that I've dealt with for 20 years and I trust them and they trust me, we don't have to read the legal contracts. Maybe we don't even need to create legal contracts. Maybe we can actually do it on handshakes. That kind of trust makes it very, very easy to do business. If Nivi and I start another company, I know that if things aren't working out, we're both going to be extremely reasonable about how to go about it, how to exit out of it, how to shut it down, or even if we're scaling it, how to bring in new people. At this point, we have mutual trust, and that allows us to start businesses more easily and almost compounds the effect. Especially when you're dealing with something like a startup, which is so difficult to pull off. Removing these frictional mechanisms can actually often be the difference between success and failure. I think the number one most under-recognized reason startups fail is because the founders fall apart.
There's a couple non-intuitive things about compounding. The first one is that most of the benefits of compounding comes at the end of the compounding. So you may not necessarily see huge benefits of it up front. There was a good quote from an article that Sam Altman wrote where he said, "I always want it to be a project that, if successful, will make the rest of my career look like a footnote." Again, that just goes back to the idea that most of the benefits of compounding come at the end. The other thing that's a little non-intuitive about compounding is that I think it's better to have a few deep compounding relationships with people instead of a large amount of non-compounding relationships.
One of the under-realized things in business is that it takes just as much effort to create a small business as it does to create a large business. Whether you're Elon Musk or whether you're the guy running 3 Italian restaurants in town, you're working 80 hours a week. You're sweating bullets, you're hiring and firing people, you're trying to balance the books. It's highly stressful and it takes years and years of your life. But in one case, you get companies that are worth $50, $100 billion and the adulation of everybody. And on the other hand, you might make a little bit of money and you've got some nice restaurants. So think big.
Are there any other microeconomic concepts outside of zero marginal cost of replication and scale economies that are important for people to understand?
Price discrimination is an important thing to understand. What it means is that you can charge people different things based on their propensity to pay. Now, you're not allowed to charge different people different things just because you don't like them. You have to offer them a little something extra, but it has to be something that rich people care about. Business class seats will routinely cost 5 or 10 times what an economy class seat does, but it probably costs the airline just 2, maybe 3x to provide that. It's just the rich person is more willing to pay, so you have to give them the little things that they need extra to either signal they're rich or that little bit of comfort that they want. Price discrimination gets used a lot in enterprise software, where you have a freemium product. The free version will do almost everything, but then if you want the version that's a little extra secure or hosted on your site or has multi-user administration so the IT person can monitor everything that's going on, you suddenly find yourself paying 10, 100, or infinite times as much as you go from a free product to a priced product. Another good concept is consumer surplus and producer surplus, which is the excess value that somebody gets. Even though they were willing to pay more, the product was priced the same for everybody. I get a lot of joy out of my morning coffee. Obviously, I've made some money. If my coffee cost $20, I would pay $20 for my morning coffee. But Starbucks doesn't know that. It can't price the coffee at $20 just for me because it's selling the exact same product. So I'm getting a lot of consumer surplus out of the coffee. And all businesses generate consumer surplus. It's a good thing to keep in mind when someone's harping about how evil companies are. Amazon might be $1 trillion company, but I will bet you they're generating trillions of dollars in consumer surplus through convenience and willingness to pay. There are a lot of people who are willing to pay more than what Amazon charges them for all their services.
Let's talk about NPV.
NPV is just the net present value of something. It's when you say, that stream of payments I'm going to get in the future, what is that worth today? So a common example of this is you're joining a startup company and you're getting stock options, and the founder says, well, this company is going to be worth $1 billion and I'm giving you 0.1% of the company, therefore you're getting $1 million worth of stock. What he or she's arguing is what's going to be worth in the future. You have to discount that back to today. You have to figure out what is that worth today, and you have to apply a discount rate or an interest rate that takes into account the massive risk that startups face. What you'll end up with is the price that it's worth today, and that's the price at which a venture capitalist would invest in the company today. So if that founder just raised a round at $10 million, and that company is only worth 1% of what the founder is arguing, your $1 million package is actually worth $10,000. So NPV calculations at a very rough level, you should be very comfortable doing in your head.
What's a mispriced externality? You mentioned that at some point during our podcast.
An externality is when there's an additional cost that is imposed by whatever product is being produced or consumed that is not accounted for in the price of the product. Sometimes you can fix that by putting the price back into the product. One of the most ardent ways people attack capitalism these days is that it's destroying the environment. And if you throw away capitalism because it's destroying the environment, then guess what? We're all headed back to pre-industrial times. It's not going to be a good thing. So rather, there's an externality because the environment is finite, the environment is precious, and we have to price it properly and fold it back in. If people are wasting water or putting hydrocarbons in the atmosphere or polluting things, you want to charge them what it costs to clean up that pollution, return it to a pristine state. Perhaps that price has to be very, very, very high. If you raise that price high enough, you knock out pollution. It's much better than feel-good measures where we're just going to ban plastic bags and we're going to say don't take showers on Saturdays and Sundays when we're having a drought. California likes to run declarations and ads to scare you into not taking showers on times when there's a drought, when it would be just much better to raise the price of fresh water. Your average consumer might pay a few pennies more for a shower, but then the almond farmers who consume a lot of the water will cut back on using fresh water, and almond farming may move to a part of the country where water is more abundant. Properly pricing externalities can save resources in a tremendous way. It's a good framework to think about how to be effective when you want to do things like save the environment rather than feel good things that won't actually amount to anything.
One of the most common questions we get from people is, how do I get the time to start investing in myself? I have a job. I'll kick off the answer with one of the tweets from the cutting room floor, where you said, you will need to rent your time to get started. This is only acceptable when you are learning and saving, preferably in a business where society does not yet know how to train people and apprenticeship is the only model.
You're going to have to work starting out unless you happen to be born rich, in which case you probably won't have the motivation to make money in the first place. So if you're going to do the work, join a business where apprenticeship matters. You know, Warren Buffett went and tried to work for Benjamin Graham straight out of school to learn how to be a value investor, and he offered to work for free, and Ben Graham said, you're overpriced. It's true in that these apprenticeship businesses, you're probably making a sacrifice in terms of short-term career work there. But try to learn something where people haven't quite figured out how to teach it yet. And that can happen if you're working in a field that is brand new and quickly expanding, so no one has figured it out. Or it's a field that's very circumstantial, where the details really matter, and it's always moving. For example, fund investments or investing in general is one of those skills. Entrepreneurship is one of those skills. One of the most coveted jobs that's come up in Silicon Valley in the last half decade or so is being a chief of staff for an entrepreneur, where the brightest young kids will follow the CEO or the entrepreneur around and do whatever that person needs them to do. And in many cases, they're really overqualified for the position. You may have someone who has 2 graduate degrees who is essentially running the CEO's laundry for that day because that's the most important thing that needs to be done. But at the same time, they're also going to be sitting in all the highest end staff meetings. They're going to be privy to all the venture fundraising decks and all the stress and drama, theatrics, innovation, and knowledge that can only come from being next to the entrepreneur. Because the entrepreneur is willing to do anything and everything to make their company successful, and the chief of staff is accompanying them and learning. Now, obviously, this is very Silicon Valley-centric tech company advice. If you are currently stuck in a normal job and you don't have the opportunity to learn in an apprenticeship model and you need to make money, then go ahead and do that job. But even within the context of that job, try to be innovative, sign up to take on new challenges, new responsibilities, find the part of the job that has the steepest learning curve. What you're really trying to avoid is repetitive drudgery. Repetitive drudgery doesn't serve anybody. Then you're essentially just counting the time until your job is automated away. Even if you're a barista at the coffee shop, try to figure out how to make connections with the customers. Try to figure out how to innovate on what you're offering them in your basic service and delight the customer. And what will happen is managers, founders, owners, they notice. The hardest thing for any founder is to find people who will work with them, who have founder mentality. That's just a fancy way of saying they care enough. And what most people will say, well, I'm not the founder, I'm not being paid enough to care. Actually, you are. The knowledge and the skills that you gain by having founder mentality set you up to be a founder down the line, and it pays you in that sense. You can get a lot out of almost any position. You just have to put a lot into it.
If I'm working a job and I want to figure out if I should get accountability, judgment, specific knowledge, leverage, it sounds like you're saying the one thing to optimize for is specific knowledge out of all those things if you can.
Judgment takes experience, takes a lot of time to build up. You have to put yourself in positions where you can exercise judgment that will come from taking on accountability. Leverage is something that society gives you much later once you've demonstrated your judgment, unless you learn a code or you become good with media. These are permissionless leverage. Leverage kind of comes later. Judgment comes later. Accountability you can take on immediately. You can say, hey, I'll take charge of this thing that nobody wants to take charge of. So accountability is where you can step up, but then you're publicly putting your neck on the chopping block. So you have to deliver. Specific knowledge gets built up by taking on accountability for things that other people don't know how to do, and that perhaps you enjoy doing or you're naturally inclined towards doing. You could be working in a factory, and it may turn out that the hardest thing in the factory is knowing how to raise capital to keep the factory running. And that's what the owner of the factory is always stressed out about. And if you notice this, and you're like, I'm good at balancing my checkbook and I have a good head for numbers, and I'm good at watching money, but I haven't really raised money before, you offer your help and become the owner's sidekick in that regard. You help solve their biggest problem. You'll become the heir apparent. Early on, find things where you have any interest and take on accountability. Don't worry about short-term compensation. If you dive into the edge of knowledge, which nobody knows how to solve, and you solve the hard problems taking on accountability, people will line up behind you. The leverage will come.
There were a couple other related tweets to this topic from the cutting room floor that I'll read out. First, the technology industry is a great place to acquire specific knowledge. The frontier is always moving forward. If you are genuinely intellectually curious, you will acquire the knowledge ahead of others.
Real technology is around us everywhere. The spoon was technology once. Fire was technology once. But once we figured out how to make it work, it disappeared in the background and became part of our everyday lives. So technology is by definition the intellectual frontier. It's taking the things that are recent from science or from culture that we have not yet figured out how to mass produce, and it's figuring out how to commercialize it, how to make it available to everybody. So technology will always be where you can pick up specific knowledge that's valuable to society that doesn't quite understand yet. For example, if I become a world-class expert in machine learning, just when machine learning is starting to take off, and I got there through my genuine intellectual interest and I bet my career on it, I'm going to do really well. But 20 years from now, machine learning may be second hat. There are also timeless forms of specific knowledge. For example, if you're good at persuading people, it's probably a skill that you picked up early on in life. It's always going to apply because persuading people is always going to be valuable. This is one of those skills that's generic. It probably alone is not enough to build a career on. It needs to be combined, a skill stack. You might combine persuasion with accounting, combined with understanding, for example, semiconductor production lines, and now all of a sudden you're the best semiconductor salesperson that becomes the best semiconductor company CEO. There are timeless specific knowledge skills. Those are skills I would say that can pretty much never be taught. And then there are timely specific knowledge skills which come and go, but even those tend to have fairly long shelf lives of a decade or 2 decades or 3 decades. So technology is just a good place to find those specific skill sets. And if you can bring in a more generic specialized knowledge skill sets.
The other tweet from the cutting room floor was related to accountability in companies. It said companies don't know how to measure outputs, so they measure inputs instead.
Why is he still crying?
Let me hold him for a sec.
There
we go. Huh? Huh? There we are.
Maybe it's me.
Don't be silly. Ben loves you. He's just being Mr. Cranky Pants.
You know, I once dated a Miss Cranky Pants. Lovely girl, kind of moody.
There we go. All better.
My little boy. Hey.
Can I, see something?
Cool.
He hates me.
He hates me.
My nephew hates me.
Come on, don't do this.
What if my own baby hates me? Huh? What am I gonna do then?
Monica, would you stop? This is nuts. Do you know how long it's going to be before you actually have to deal with this problem? I mean, you don't even have a boyfriend
No,
yet.
you don't have a boyfriend. You don't have a boyfriend yet.
Joey, she does not look fat.
So, you have not a boyfriend. Okay. You don't have a boyfriend. You don't have a boyfriend. How to reach Ray Plus?
Oh, hey, Mom.
That is so funny. Let me see that.
You okay, Ross? I don't know. What's in this pie?
I don't know. Butter and eggs and flour and lime and kiwi and...
Kiwi? Kiwi? You said it was a key lime pie.
No, I didn't. I said kiwi lime. That's what makes it so special.
That's what's gonna kill me. I'm allergic to kiwi.
No, you're not. You're allergic to lobster and peanuts and... Oh my God.
It's definitely getting worse.
Okay. All right. Is your tongue swelling up?
Either that or my mouth is getting smaller.
Work in a way that your outputs are visible and measurable.
You missed.
If you don't have accountability, do something different.
The entire structure of rewarding people comes from the agricultural and industrial age, where your inputs and your outputs matched up very closely. The amount
You summarized this entire tweet storm with 2 words: productize yourself.
productize and yourself. Yourself has uniqueness. Productize has leverage. Yourself has accountability. Productize has specific knowledge. Yourself also has specific knowledge in there. So all of these pieces, you can combine them into these 2 words. Whenever you're doing anything in business, if you're looking towards the long term of getting wealthy, you should ask yourself, is this authentic to me? Is it myself that I am projecting? And then am I productizing it? Am I scaling it? Am I scaling with labor or with capital or with code or with media? So it's a very handy, simple mnemonic. I mean, what is this podcast? This is a podcast called Naval. I'm literally productizing myself with a podcast.
You want to figure out what you're uniquely good at or what you uniquely are and apply as much leverage as possible. So making money isn't even something you do. It's not a skill. It's who you are stamped out a million times.
Making money should be a function of your identity and what you like to do. Another tweet that I really liked was, this was not mine, somebody else put this up. They said, find 3 hobbies, one that makes you money, one that keeps you fit, and one that makes you creative. I would change that slightly. So I would say one that makes you money, one that makes you fit, and one that makes you smarter. So in my case, my hobbies would be reading, making money is I love working with startups, either investing in them, brainstorming them, starting them. I just love that ideation and initial creation phase around startups. And then on the hobby that keeps you fit, I don't really have one. Closest thing I have is yoga, but that's where I sort of fell apart. And I think people who early in life discover something like surfing or swimming or tennis or some kind of a sport that they continue doing throughout most of their life are very lucky because they found a hobby that'll make them fit.
It's not saying, it's not issues in that case. There is no sense. Property, sense, bad growth, no relation, sense is a word. We are equally yoked.
We skipped one tweet because I wanted to cover all of the tweets on the topic of the long term. And the tweet that we skipped was, there are no get-rich-quick schemes. That's just someone else getting rich off you.
This goes back to the world being an efficient place. If there's an easy way to get rich, it's already been exploited. And there are a lot of people who will sell you ideas and schemes on how to make money, but they're just always selling you some $79.95 course or some audiobook or some seminar, which is fine. Everyone needs to eat. People need to make a living. They might actually have really good tips. But if they're giving you actionable, high-quality advice that acknowledges that it's a difficult journey and will take a lot of time, then I think that's realistic. But if they're selling you some get-rich-quick scheme, whether it's crypto or whether it's an online business or seminar, they're just making money off you. That's their get-rich-quick scheme. It's not going to necessarily work for you. One of the things about this whole Tweetstorm and podcast is that we don't have ads on here. We don't charge for anything. We don't sell anything. Not because I don't want to make more money. It's always nice to make more money. We're doing work here. But because it would completely destroy the credibility of the enterprise. If I'm saying, hey, I know how to get rich and I'm going to sell that to you, it ruins it. When I was young and I was kind of studying up on the topic, one of my favorite books on the topic was actually called How to Get Rich by Felix Dennis, the founder of Maxim magazine, billionaire who passed away. And he had a lot of crazy stuff in there, but he had some really good insights too. But whenever I read something by him or by the GoDaddy founder, Bob Parsons, or say Andrew Carnegie, you read stuff by people who are already very wealthy and they've clearly made their wealth in other fields, not by selling the how to get rich line, they have credibility. You just trust them. And they're not trying to make money off of you. They are obviously trying to win some status and some ego, right? You always have to have a motivation for doing something. But at least that is a cleaner reason why they're probably not lying. They're probably not fooling you. They're not snowing you. At some level, every founder has to lie to every employee of the company that they have, where they have to convince them that it's better for you to work for me than it is to do what I did and go work for yourself. So I've always had a hard time with that, which is why the only honest way in my companies, I've recruited entrepreneurs. And I tell them, you're going to get to be entrepreneurial in this company. And the day you're ready to go start your own next thing, I'm going to support you. I'm never going to get in the way of you starting a company, but this can be a good place for you to learn how to build a good team and build a good culture, how to find product market fit, to perfect your skills and meet some amazing people while you figure out exactly what it is you're going to do, because positioning, timing, deliberation are very important when starting a company. But what I've never been able to do is look them in the face and say, you must be at your desk by 8 a.m. because I'm not going to be at my desk by 8 a.m. I want my freedom. Or say to them that you're great at being a director today and you'll be a VP tomorrow, putting them into that career path track, because I don't believe in it myself. If anyone is giving advice on how to get rich and they're also making money off of it, they should have made their money elsewhere. Like, you don't want to learn how to be fit from a fat person. You don't want to learn how to be happy from a depressed person. So you don't want to learn how to be rich from a poor person, but you also don't want to learn how to be rich from somebody who makes their money by telling people how to be rich. It's suspect.
Anytime you see somebody who's actually gotten rich following some guru's advice on getting rich, just remember that in any random process, if you run it long enough and if enough people participate in it, you will always get every single possible outcome with probability 1.
There's a lot of random error in there, and then also this is why you have to absolutely and completely ignore business journalists and economist academics when they talk about private companies. I won't even name names, but like when a famous economist rails on Bitcoin, or when a business journalist attacks the latest company that's IPOing, it's complete nonsense. Those people have never built anything. They're professional critics. They don't know anything about making money. All they know is how to criticize and get page views, and you're literally becoming dumber by reading them. You're burning neurons. I'll leave you with a quote from Nassim Taleb that I liked, where he said, if you want to be a philosopher king, first become a king and then become a philosopher, not first become a philosopher and then become a king.
I'm glad you brought up Taleb, because I was going to finish this by saying just remember the title of his first book, which is Fooled by Randomness.
One of the reasons why we're a little vague in this podcast is because we're trying to lay down principles that are timeless, as opposed to just giving you the winning lottery ticket numbers from yesterday.
You summarized this entire tweet storm with 2 words: productize yourself.
Productize and yourself. Yourself has uniqueness. Productize has leverage. Yourself has accountability. Productize has specific knowledge. Yourself also has specific knowledge in there. So all of these pieces, you can combine them into these 2 words. Whenever you're doing anything in business, if you're looking towards the long term of getting wealthy, you should ask yourself, is this authentic to me? Is it myself that I am projecting? And then am I productizing it? Am I scaling it? Am I scaling with labor, or with capital, or with code, or with media? So it's a very handy, simple mnemonic. I mean, what is this podcast? This is a podcast called Naval. I'm literally productizing myself with a podcast.
You want to figure out what you're uniquely good at, or what you uniquely are, and apply as much leverage as possible. So making money isn't even something you do. It's not a skill. It's who you are stamped out a million times.
Making money should be a function of your identity and what you like to do. Another tweet that I really liked was, this was not mine, somebody else put this up. They said, find 3 hobbies, one that makes you money, one that keeps you fit, and one that makes you creative. I would change that slightly. So I would say one that makes you money, one that makes you fit, and one that makes you smarter. So in my case, my hobbies would be reading. Making money is I love working with startups, either investing in them, brainstorming them, starting them. I just love that ideation and initial creation phase around startups. And then on the hobby that keeps you fit, I don't really have one. Closest thing I have is yoga, but that's where I sort of fell apart. And I think people who early in life discover something like surfing or swimming or tennis or some kind of a sport that they continue doing throughout most of their life are very lucky, because they found a hobby that'll make them fit.
So why don't we jump into accountability, which I thought was pretty interesting, and I think you have your own unique take on it. So the first tweet on accountability was, embrace accountability and take business risks under your own name. Society will reward you with responsibility, equity, and leverage.
Yeah, so to get rich, you're going to need leverage, and leverage comes in labor, it comes in capital, or it can come through code or media. But most of these, like labor and capital, people have to give to you. For labor, somebody has to follow you. For capital, somebody has to give you money or assets to manage, or machines. So to get these things, you have to build up credibility, and you have to do those under your own name as much as possible, which is risky. So accountability is a double-edged thing. It allows you to take credit when things go well, and to bear the brunt of the failure when things go badly. So in that sense, people who are stamping their names on things aren't foolish, they're just confident. Maybe it turns out to be foolish in the end, but if you look at a Kanye or an Oprah or a Trump or an Elon or anyone like that, these people can get rich just off their name, because their name is such powerful branding. Regardless of what you think of Trump, you have to realize that the guy was among the best in the world at just branding his name. Why would you go to Trump Casino? It used to be because of Trump. Why would you go to Trump Tower? Because of Trump. When it came time to vote, I think that a lot of voters just went in and said Trump. They recognized the name. So the name recognition paid off. Same thing with Oprah. She puts her brand on something, her name on something, and it flies off the shelves, and it's like instant validator. But these people also take risks for putting their name out there. Obviously, Trump is now probably hated by half or more than half of the country and by a big chunk of the world because he sticks his name out there. by putting your name out there, you become a celebrity. And fame has many, many downsides. It's better to be anonymous and rich than to be poor and famous, but even famous and rich has a lot of downsides associated with it. You're always in the public eye. So accountability is quite important. When you're working to build a product, or you're working in a team, or you're working in a business, we are constantly drummed into our heads how important it is to be part of a team. And absolutely agree with that. A lot of our training socially is telling us to not stick our necks out of the crowd. There's a saying that I hear from Australian friends that, like, the tall poppy gets cut, right? Don't stick your neck out. But I would say that actually a really, really well-functioning team is small and has clear accountability for each of the different portions. Like, so you can say, okay, this person is responsible for building the product, this person is responsible for the messaging, this person is responsible for raising money, this person is responsible for the pricing strategy and maybe the online advertising. So if somebody screws up, you know exactly who's responsible, while at the same time something goes really well, you also know exactly who's responsible. So if you have a small team and you have clearly delineated responsibilities, then you can still keep a very high level of accountability. And accountability is really important because when something succeeds or fails, if it fails, everybody points fingers at each other, and if it succeeds, everybody steps forward to take credit. And we've all had that experience when we were in school and we got like a group assignment to do, and there were people in there were probably a few people in there who did a lot of the work, and then there were a few people who just did a lot of grandstanding or positioning to do the work. So we're all familiar with this from a childhood sense, but it's sort of uncomfortable to talk about. But clear accountability is important. Without accountability, you don't have incentives. Without accountability, you can't build credibility. But you take risk. So you take risk of failure, you take risk of humiliation, you take risk of failure under your own name, which, luckily in modern society, there's no more debtor's prison and people don't go to jail or get executed for losing other people's money. But we're still socially hardwired to not fail in public under our own names. And the people who have the ability to fail in public under their own names actually gain a lot of power. For example, I'll give a personal anecdote. Up until about 2013, 2014, my public persona was entirely around startups and investing. And only around 2014, 2015 did I start talking about philosophy and psychological things and kind of broader things. And it made me a little nervous because I was doing it under my own name. And there were definitely people in the industry who sent me messages kind of through the back channel, like, what are you doing? You're ending your career. This is stupid. And I kind of just went with it. I took a risk. Same with crypto early on. I took a risk. But when you put your name out there, you take a risk with certain things, you also get to reap the rewards, you get the benefits. Accountability is important because that's how you're going to get leverage. That's how you're going to get credibility. It's also how you're going to get equity. You're going to get a piece of the business. When you're negotiating with other people, ultimately, if someone else is making a decision about how to compensate you, that decision will be based on how replaceable you are.